One thing I love about the European Cricket Network is we're always making history, and tonight, right here at Europa Point in Gibraltar, we'll have the first ever women's T10 internationals, and the host, Gibraltar, well, they look like they mean business. The Italians, they're ready to go. We also have the Netherlands and Sweden. We'll see them later on. I'm really excited. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the FanCode ECIW Gibraltar, and it starts right now. Good evening to you, wherever you're watching from around the world. Great to have your company on EC and on a very special day for the network. And one thing we've been wanting to do for a long time is to play some women's T10s, and not just women's T10s, we're playing women's T10 internationals this week at the Rock and the Europa Sports Complex here. It is a fantastic place to play cricket, and I think it's going to be a great experience for the four teams we'll see this week. I'm Mr. Maximo Sandu for ECN. I'll be here with Joe Wegasani all week, and we're going to see which team will take out the first ever ECI trophy for women. So we are starting the day with match number one. It's the host Gibraltar taking on Italy. Well, this should be a very interesting clash. Let's see what happens out in the middle. Tyrone Peters, he's the tournament referee. He's with the two captains.
Welcome to the first ever T10 international between Gibraltar and Italy. Time for the toss. Gibraltar being the home team, Italy will call. There's your tails, there's your heads.
Head.
Head is the call. Whoopsie daisy. And it is a head.
So we will do like back first.
And then
Thank you very much. Thank you. Nice to see you again.
So it is Italy that win the toss in the first ever women's T10I, and they've elected to have a hit. I don't mind that at all. I mean, it shows they've got some courage to go out there and put the bats in their hands first up. And look, I'm really looking forward to seeing Sharon Whitnaghi. I remember when I covered the Italian domestic T20 final a year or two ago. She was in really good form. Also looking forward to seeing Regina Sadahazai, who is on debut for Italy tonight. I think she's a promising young player, and she'll really enjoy the experience. Let's talk about Gibraltar, though, and I don't think it's a very bad thing, and I think their captain, Elizabeth Ferrari, won't mind. They get out there in the field first. They'll all get to experience it. Definitely not as experienced at this level, the Gibraltar women, but I'm looking forward to seeing if they can deliver and maybe put a bit of a challenge to the Italians. Also, I think Sally Barton behind the stumps, she's got an important role to play. And look, the Italians, I think they're a bit more seasoned, but if they give chances, and we know this kind of format does afford more chances, you've got to take them. I think the fielding will be super important. And you can see the Dutch girls, they're working on their fielding right now. And also we'll see Sweden a little bit later on tonight. Well, conditions tonight in Gibraltar, well, I don't know what all the complaining's about. Right now it seems really nice to me. It's about 16 degrees, but we know when the sun goes down, the wind comes out, the sea spray comes out. Well, I've brought a few extra layers, I tell you that much. Well, Joe Wegasani has been doing a great job. And Joe, how was that final last night going down all the way to last ball? I couldn't believe my eyes. Let's get ready for some ECI action. The news from the toss here in match one is that Italy, they've won the toss and they're going to have a bat. It's over to Joe Wegasani to get us started.
Yes, a very big thank you and good evening to everybody out there. No less, Mr. Maximo Sandu. I tell you what, the Rock is rumbling to see the class of Vinny Sandu coming and arriving at this southerly point of the European continent. Here we are for the first ever ECIW here in 2023 for ECN, and there we've got the lineups. Here we've got the lineups with our FanCode fantasy dashboard. Like Vinny was saying, some promising young prospects there for the Italian side, and it will be really great to see what the Gibraltarian women have to offer as well. Taking really a pioneering aspect. We've seen the cricket here in Gibraltar really went through a little bit of a lull phase. It wasn't until last year that we had the first cricket in 7 years here, and since then it has been growing and growing and growing, and now we get a chance to see the women go about making their own name for themselves. And the players are out there on the field, the umpires are out there, of course. It's going to be Michael Charge and Sebastian Maynard, who have taken duties And welcoming back into the box. Well, it's a great pleasure. I've been sitting here by myself, but for all you beautiful people out there on the chat, but now I've got somebody to talk to in real life, Mr. Maximo, Vicky Sando.
Well, I've been talking to you, just not in real life. I've been following along from Malta, of course. I made the trip. I arrived on the rock today. I didn't fly into the rock, literally, luckily. But great job, Joe. I've loved your work so far. And what a final last night in the men's ECT10. Wow, Pirates absolutely stole the booty. I think all of those pirate references, they're all stacked up and eventually got Pirates over the line. But I want to say a quick hello to everyone in the chat as well. A lot of people excited for some ECI cricket, for women's cricket. And you can see there, that's the captain, Elizabeth Ferrari, who is leading Gibraltar. And look, there's got to be a few nerves around. I mean, no matter who you are, you'll be feeling nervous when you're playing under lights. I mean, a lot of these players will be playing under lights for the first time. But anyway, we'll have a great 14 matches here, 6-day series. And for Italy, openers are ready to go.
So there we have it. It is, of course, Elizabeth Ferrari with the very first ball for Gibraltarian women's cricket.
History is made. Yeah, and that's Sharon Withanagi, who is facing up. Now, she is a pretty experienced campaigner in the domestic scene in Italy. I did do the Italian domestic final a couple of years ago.
So it's a fuller one, and on the stumps, very good direct bowling. There's a run-out chance, but there's going to be overthrows, and I think it's going all the way to the rope. So a little bit of calamity there for the Gibraltarian women.
Well, I wouldn't have picked this. The first ever runs in ECI women's cricket are overthrows, and it's actually a miscommunication. You can see that Withanagi just wasn't that keen on the run, but then, yeah, probably a bit of adrenaline there. Ferrari throws it, no one could handle it, and it goes for the 4. It's a non-boundary 4 overthrows to get us started.
Well, there you have it, folks. It's been done. The first runs in ECIW. Certainly some good lessons there for the Gibraltarian fielders. Got to really get back behind the line of the throw. That one beats the bat, beats the keeper, and runs away for byes as well. It's a good start from Ferrari. She's hitting the money, but unfortunately, that one's just getting away from the keeper.
Wow, so this is going to be a pretty interesting power play as well. It kind of sets the tone. Like I say, everyone's going to be nervous, whether you're experienced, whether you're not experienced. So really tried our hardest to replicate ECS conditions or ECN conditions here with a slightly shorter boundary than the women would normally play with. So that'll kind of open up different strategies.
Right on the stumps this time, been hit up in the air, but just over the outstretched hands of Ferrari. Couldn't quite get to that one. One more run.
So I know the technical committee, when they were setting up the field dimensions and setting everything up for this T10, they wanted to make it as easy as possible. So we kind of looked at what the differences are in ICC cricket with regards to the infield size, the outfield size. Obviously the balls used are slightly different. All these things taken into effect, but I think it's going to be highly, highly entertaining. Here's Ferrari. Gets a false start, but Sharon Withanagi will feel a bit better with one straight down the ground, and that's Nana Yakara, who is at the other end. Delisha Nana Yakara. Get a good look at her here. Value for money with shots.
So full of one, and she's pulled it away. She's going to find the rope there as well. You can hear the cheers coming from the Italian players' squadron as that one goes one bounce over the rope. 4 more runs. Good shot.
It's a no ball for height, so any full pitch ball, waist or higher, will be called and so disappears.
Free hit coming, Vinny.
Yeah, free hit coming up, and that was already a kind of a free hit, wasn't it? Yeah, that looked like it went all the way from here, but...
soft signal was a 4. No, it has been changed now, so 6 runs all the way over the rope.
There you go, Maximo time. Didn't take us long. Just good line, just didn't get the length. You have to get both right really at this level. Getting good shape though. I like the bowling of Ferrari. I think it's getting a little bit of a way movement.
Yeah, real challenge here for her though with that fuller ball, and it's been well fielded there. They are coming through for the 1 run, so 1 off the bat from Nana Yakara. She moves to 7 now, so yeah, Ferrari just wants to not get in her head there. She started really well. And that's another good ball. And like you said, good shape there, Vinny.
I like that. They're going to scramble. And the running between the wickets is going to be super important. Everything is heightened. Everything is heightened in this form of the game. And I think, the players will have various levels of knowledge, I suppose, about this format. The gloves are good for catching, not great for throwing. Sally Barton finds out. It's the end of the over. So a bit of everything there. It's 18 for no loss after one. And a pretty exciting start.
Yeah, great start for the Italian women as well. That is certainly setting a foundation upon which they would be looking to build as the new bowler is being brought into the attack. It looks like it might be Christine McNally.
Yes, of course. If you're new to ECN cricket, all overs are bowled from the same end. That just keeps things moving, and it also allows us to give you the best possible telecast. Here we go.
So wide down the leg side, well taken by Barton. Called as such by Michael Charge, who's the man in charge.
Yeah, pretty good carry, I think, in this pitch as well. We've seen over the last, about a month, isn't it? We've been playing the night series here. At the moment, I'm sure it can get a lot colder, but it's actually one of the more pleasant nights, I think, so far, isn't it? I'm coming a good time.
It's essentially tropical at the moment, Vinny, but you wait about 20 minutes. That sun is going to go beyond the horizon. Gets it in a much better channel this time.
Yeah, I like this. Just got to keep it real simple. And
Amy Valverde is the bowler.
Valverde is getting the length right. You see, this is full, but it's not quite a full toss or a half volley. And that's pretty much perfect. If you bowl 6 balls there, you're going to have a good time. So we're in the power play, 2 outfielders out at the moment, third man and whitish long on.
So not straighter this time, still the same length and well taken off the toes by Vithanage. She takes one more to her total.
I think that probably a lot of these games will be decided by which team makes less mistakes as well. And they don't want to get too negative in your thinking, but things like extras, decision making by the batters, it's all heightened.
So this one right in that channel again, that's a good delivery. So she's really finding that good line, and a bit of a challenge for the Italian batters, not able to get the foot to it, really tempting the drive.
It's a good pick up by Sally Barton, but yeah, she could probably come forward a step or two there, getting on the second bounce in case there was a little edge or something like that. Can be a bit difficult on the second bounce. She's been pretty tidy back there so far.
Shorter this time, and that's going to be called a wide as such. Yeah, I think you're right, Vinny, and what we've seen with T10 cricket as it's grown around Europe is when players come to it new, when it's a fresh format, there are a bunch of things to learn about it.
Definitely.
And, the running between the wicket, like you said, it intensifies. Everything becomes quicker, sharper, more intense.
It's like a dialect of a language but you have to learn it.
This one trying to attack those stumps and just comes off the gloves of Sally Barton. They scramble through for another wide, so 2 more to the total.
I like the proactive running from the Italians so far. I mean, that's one thing that is going to be important. And obviously the catching going to be important, and we saw a lot of fielding work before the game, all teams just honing those skills. Tricky fielding conditions, as you know, with the wind here. It's whistles left to right on screen, doesn't it? So you can see that's why Valverde just losing a few down the leg side at the moment.
Absolutely, a fuller one, and met with the full face of the bath. She's taken it through point region all the way to the rope. 4 more runs.
Beautiful cricket shot, isn't it? Anyone's language. It's full, a little bit of a skip down the wicket and gets the gap. And that one goes to the boundary. One thing I noticed about this field, if it does roll along the boundary, it doesn't necessarily race. I think it pulls up reasonably quickly, but yeah, she hit that one really well. Beautiful shot by Vithanage.
Fuller one this time, and not called no ball. It did dip just in time. It will run to the rope though. That's another one.
Good shot. Didn't try and overhit it there. Sharon Vithanage just knew if she got some bat on this, she can use the pace, and got it just wide of Lenka Tribe. And another boundary for Italy. This is turning into a pretty good power play now for them.
Yeah, and the key here for Amy Valverde is just not to let those boundaries affect her too much. Stick to the plan. We've seen it with the men's tournament here, as she gets that one in a really nice channel, just gets the inside edge. There's a quick run through and direct hit, but of course Dila Shah Nanayadakara, she was off like a hare, made it home safely.
Yeah, it was all about the backing up here. Gets a good jump, so even though this ball hits the stump, she's home by about a metre, I think. Nice bit of fielding though from Tribe. Back by a metre and a bit, but nice bowling. See, creating chances. Good balls will still create chances. And yeah, not a bad over. In the end, it finishes at 32 without loss of 2. Valverde going for 10 off the bat in the over.
Yeah, not too bad. And yeah, what we saw with the men here, as you said, the wind coming from the left to the right, you really have to accommodate for that in your bowling. Where you put it, where the line that you direct it at is, the ball is going to move about a foot to the right-hand side.
Sure will.
We get a wider angle shot of the ground there. You can see...
I've got to say, the technical staff done such a great job keeping stuff rolling at the moment, because it's been pretty brutal at times. Anyway, we'll make do with what we got at the moment.
Yeah, it's the Salt. It's Noel Laguea into the attack now. Again, just trying to attack those stumps, but we'll learn those lessons very quickly. That
what I really like is the backing up of Italy. I think they've identified that's going to be really important. Just have a look at number 13 there, Nania Kara. You can see why she got home before. She's looking for the run. If it's not there, she can always turn around. Yeah,
and on the other hand, with that, it's then incumbent on the other teams to see that they're doing that and try to counter it with their fielding and their collection. Be really aware that that is a tactic that Italy is obviously going into this with. That's a good ball right on the stumps. You see the movement in the air there, Vinny?
Yeah. Because bowlers that have that natural in-swing, like Laguea looks like one of those, I think they'll enjoy this breeze. There's a light rain falling. And wasn't any rain in the forecast, Joe? So hopefully it's just a passing shower.
Well, Vinny, what I've learned is that we are sitting in a microclimate.
I heard that you have a secret weather website that I think I need to get hold of as well.
The old Meteo Jib.
That's a good ball by Laguea that time. Well pitched, just got to keep plugging away. Trying to keep it there.
So the thing with the weather here is it was done from London for so long by the Met. And this, we do have the rain, so the players are coming off now. There we go, good chance to talk about the weather. So in recent years, this local company set up, and now the Gibraltar authorities getting all their information from them. So you get from the Gibraltar authorities website. They are in the know, and we are in this interesting area. That's for sure.
Such a shame that the showers come. It's 34 without loss off 2.1. So a pretty good start for Italy. But also I think that Gibraltar, they certainly, when they got it right, it wasn't easy for Italy. And I think that's what they're going to have to work on. I think you look at the accuracy of the bowling. When the bowling was accurate, it wasn't too easy for the Italian openers to get it away. Hey, a chance to say hello to some of the people in the chat. And I think there's a lot going on there at the moment, Joe.
Yeah, a lot of the usual suspects in there. A big hello, of course, to you, Stuart, Chris Smith. And of course, Johnny G, the artist formerly known as well. Ferrari Mon is in there looking for the score. And the score at the moment is 34 for none. And of course, we saw a little bit of Kitty Hunley, but we know she's finished the lunch break, going off to work, and hearing that there's a little bit of sound discrepancy between Vinny and I. Well, some are saying I'm too soft. Some others are saying no, it's just Vinny's much louder.
Yeah, sorry, that does tend to happen. No, it's nice to be back with you, Joe. But it's been about a year since we worked together in Gibraltar. I know you've been pretty busy with a few other things as well. But I mean, lots happened in the world of ECN. I mean, one thing I love about the European Cricket Network is there's always new things happening, just when you think you've seen it all. Now, yesterday I saw one guy take 2 hat-tricks in an innings. All right. And we'd never seen that before. He took 6 wickets, 6 for 22, Ima Tariq. Today we had our 4th golden ball in a series, the most golden balls ever in one series. And so, look, I'm hoping this is just a passing shower. But, we'll stay with us and we'll give you some more information. I don't really want to go to a classic game just yet because I'm pretty confident that we'll get back on because it's already lightened up a little bit.
Here it's just lessening a little bit there. Yeah, already Tyrone Peters just telling his co-officials that they should go out and do a little bit of the weather test.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of rain, you play through it here. Otherwise, you never play because of the sea spray, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So it's always going to be a bit like that.
And with the rain, at least the salt is getting washed away. Now, you were talking about the pitch and the carry on it.
Yeah.
We have had a month of cricket on this pitch, and we know it's all artificial. The whole turf area is artificial, but that pitch has had a lot of cricket played on over the last month.
Yeah.
And I am curious as to whether they put any kind of roller on it before this, or because there are a few little soft spots out there, and we've seen a lot of deviation in the bounce as well in the previous couple of weeks.
Yeah, well, I know it's really well maintained, this whole complex. I mean, it's hard to believe that a few years ago this was a cricket field that was just basically gravel.
Yep.
And if you look at some of the old Google maps, you can actually see that. Want to say hello to Kitty Hundley, who's watching from the USA. Hello to Stuart. And Stuart was Andrew Smith, which was a fake name, and now he's calling himself Stuart, which is his real name. So,
whereas Chris Smith has come in to join the chat.
Is it the real Chris Smith? I want to say hello to Charlie Hunt as well. How much did you guys enjoy the final last night? I got on the plane. I have to tell you about this. I got on the plane and I was just fully expecting that Entertainers win, because all I heard was wickets, wicket, 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 and I was just already in my head. I was looking to say tonight catches win matches and all this stuff. They've taken some great catches, but then bang. I checked the social media and I'm seeing a photo of the Pirates. And I said, well, hold on, we don't normally take such a big photo of the runner-up and post it. And yeah, what a finish. Lorne Burns, super smart innings from him to get over the line.
Came to the party, did Lorne.
Why don't you ask us a question in the chat if you'd like, ECN European Cricket Network in the live chat. Maybe some people are watching for the first time. I'm sure a lot of family and friends of some of the players might be turning in. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo with Joe Wegasani. I had a question from Chris. How were my flights? My flights were pretty good. I mean, from Malta to
like Gatwick,
London,
right?
yeah, London Gatwick, it was good. The boarding took forever, and so I thought I wouldn't watch the second innings. I got about 6 overs in, 7 overs
Do you
in,
think
maybe.
the pilot was also in there just trying to watch the match to see who came out on top?
Maybe I caused the delay. Then I slept in a pod in Gatwick Airport last night. And it was about as big as our cube.
A V-pod.
Yeah, it was a V-pod. It was actually pretty comfortable, I've got to say. I had a shower, had everything you need.
And that's a Gatwick Airport. That's come a long way.
I'll give me Yotels. It was reasonable, and I didn't have to leave the airport. It was very useful. Got here pretty fresh, no high winds, and got in okay. And then have to grab my bags, go across the border to La Linea, the Concepcion, where we're staying. Anyway, instead of listening to me, the good news is I think you're going to have some cricket to watch in a minute, because looks like it's eased off a bit, so we'll be able to continue this innings. I got a feeling maybe we don't lose any overs because it was such a short interruption, but I'll know very, very shortly. But still, so far I've liked what I've seen, and I think no matter who you are, when you're new to a format, it's going to take a bit of time to get used to it. But yeah, both teams having their moment so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Some really good signs there for both teams. And we know that for the Gibraltar team, that for a lot of them, it's been a bit of a while between drinks. But we've already seen some really good shape there by Elizabeth Ferrari and Amy Falfauda opening the bowling. Yeah, they're all going out there now. Again, entering from stage left.
Well, Chris Smith saying there's only one of him. We know that, Chris. Hello to John Gray as well. Hello to Terry. So Terry's going to be travelling with the Talon Stallions party in his role with Cricket Estonia. So it's hard to believe it's only 7 days to go until we will be starting the ECL, which does go into the evening now. Any particular teams you're looking forward to watching in the ECL?
Well, I always...
Probably, I'm guessing, Lathbury Lightning, because you're in Gibraltar, right?
Yeah, exactly. Hey, look, I just think that it's an opportunity for a lot of these clubs that don't have the normal exposure to come out and make something for themselves. So what I'm really looking forward to is seeing an underdog come up and about.
There's a few of them. I think we counted as many as maybe 12 clubs that could realistically win it. Who knows? Expect the unexpected. Good news. We're back, and it's time to reduce. Hopefully not reduce.
Here's Andy Reyes in the chat, who's, of course, performing number 12 for the Pirates. Saying it's still raining in the north part of Gibraltar.
I bet that he's still out partying. Hey, it'll be a 24-hour bender for all you Pirates fans.
Yeah.
Those scallywags. Are we now going to retire the pirate expression?
Yeah, we're going to have to.
Had a good run.
Much to Johnny G's and everyone in the chat. My partners in piratical pun performance.
So it's 34 off 2.1.
And Noel Laguea continuing. That one a good channel. It gets the nick, but just drops back. And like you said, Vinny, Sally Barton could really afford to come closer to the stumps
It's a tough one, because it's hard because it's kind of nicked down.
It goes right down.
Yeah, but I mean, maybe give yourself a chance. I mean, she has to kind of find the trade-off between going for the dismissal and basically making the stop. So it's not an easy one. I mean, obviously, if you can get right up to stumps, that's probably your preference.
So once again, in that beautiful channel, this one carrying through to the keeper really nicely. Those are two good deliveries to start the third over.
Yeah, the other thing the bowler can do is pitch it up a little bit if you want better carry to the keeper. I think you saw that one was just pitched up a little bit and it did get through to Sally Barton who handled it. So if that one was nicked, it would have been caught.
And just a question in the chat from Johnny G. Which direction are we looking at from the camera? So you're facing south. You're facing to the tip, the spitz of Gibraltar. If we could continue that, well, that's another good delivery. 3 in a row there.
Oh, well bowled.
Laguea.
I was going to say, it's maybe slightly slippery ball under the conditions, but she's bowled quite a few. And this is the thing, building pressure, stringing them together. Naniakara just struggling a little bit to deal with those kind of deliveries. She wants a bad ball here, and Laguea doesn't want to give one to her.
So it comes down the pitch, a fuller ball, really disrupted the bowler's run there with that advancement down the pitch. Just plays it away. It is being called a no ball. They'll get a free hit.
Yeah, so I mean,
one more run.
In ECN cricket, they're always very harsh. She's on the charge here, but I think it's kind of high enough that the umpire says, look, you got to bring it down a bit. This is what we're talking about, right? It's just the challenge of, I think the best cricket Gibraltar have got is going to compete with anyone in the series, but can they do it consistently?
Absolutely, and learn their lessons quickly and implement them as quickly as possible. So that one right on the money and really disrupting the attempted charge down the pitch as well.
Yeah, well, that's a free hit, so it couldn't be out.
No.
Except for a run out. But
so with a free hit to deliver it as full as possible on the toes, I think is a good way to go about it.
Yeah, dealing with the wind, it's going to be big for the batters and the bowlers. End of the over, so 38 without loss after 3. And John agreeing, retire the pirate puns until the next tournament. And I want to say hello to Andy. Says he's been mostly sleeping instead of partying. Well, come on, Andy.
Up your game there, Andy. We
Lawn
had higher
burns.
expectations.
There's not much of lawn. I think probably 1 or 2 beers and lawn's ready for bed. Anyway, hello to Sundori as well. And like I said, if you're new to the network, you can jump in our YouTube live chat, ECN European Cricket Network, and you can say hello to us and we can talk back to you. It's very interactive. All right. Now, so far, so good. So the wind, the wind's coming left to right from that angle. So to the left of the screen, you've got this massive just coastline.
Yeah, it's the Alboran Sea.
Yeah.
And then straight down. So as Crickbot has pointed out, that it's kind of southeast-ish facing direction, straight down the pitch as the bowler's running.
Yeah.
But if you keep going in that direction, you would get to Morocco.
Yeah, what a view.
As that one has been adjudicated as within the terms and limitations.
Lucky. Testing the umpire's patience. Now, I think the way they'll umpire in this series, they'll give the line to the bowler. Don't know if that got any line, but good shape anyway.
Yeah, and to get it to move away from the right-hander as well. We've seen her do both now, Amy Valverde.
It's quite amazing that she can swing it into the wind. Like, you have to be a real... Like, if she had the wind assisting her, who knows how much she'd be swinging it.
So there's 2 names for wind here, Vinny.
Okay.
Comes from the east, it's called the Levanta.
Okay.
And it comes from the west, it's called the Poniente.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
I need to brush up on my Spanish.
And the tip of the rock, so the where the ball is running to, whether the wind's coming from the left or right will determine the weather in Gibraltar. Everything hinges on the winds. That one's been played away behind backward point and runs all the way to the rope for another 4 runs.
Nice shot, just leans on this. So we're out of the power play. So something's a bit different about women's cricket to men's cricket is that after the power play, you're only allowed 4 outfielders, not 5. So that's something that is a regulation in ICC cricket. So we've tried to mirror that. We'll see how it goes. And I think, the players will be pretty familiar with that. So, 4 outfielders at the moment. We've got 3 guarding the leg side boundary. And looks like we're going to kind of sweep on the offside. But no one at backward point region. That's why it's such a good shot.
This one a little bit straighter and tries to paddle her way around the corner. Sets off for a quick run. Again, that great backing up there.
I've liked this. I mean, it's a bit tough because the conditions not ideal, a bit misty. But, you can feel the adrenaline, you can feel the tension, you can feel the nervous energy. It's a special thing.
Something about international series, isn't there?
Definitely. We had a great 7-match series in the men's ECI between Malta and Austria over the weekend. What a finish to Game 7 as well.
So this one...
Well,
going to say that was going to be a wide, but
look, I think definitely if you get any of the line, you're okay.
Moves so much though. It kept pitching off the seam, I guess.
Maybe it's an optical illusion. Anyway.
It's the mist. On the money this time, met with the full face of the bat and takes it through that gap between backward square leg and square leg. But a nice bit of a hustle there by Elizabeth Ferrari. She put the engine on and got there as quick as she could. So saves a boundary, 2 more runs to the total.
Yeah, great arm from Ferrari as she threw that in on the bounce. One thing about the artificial turf, the bounce is really true. So, yeah, those bounce throws often are the way to go. Nice and low, cut into the breeze.
Again, just moving away and cold this time.
Well, at least we know his arms work. You know, it's can be a little bit cold. You want to keep your body together. No, this one, really, it's Valverde's movement that's causing that to swing outside.
She can almost look at coming around the wicket with that kind of delivery, trying to induce a catch on the offside as that one's been splayed away in that same region. Ferrari runs around and gathers it in.
A lot of chat about the T10 internationals and the dynamics as we get to the end of the 4th over. 44 without loss. I think at the moment feels like it's about right here. I mean, getting value for your shots, getting boundaries. So far we've had, how many have we had in the first 4 over? We've had 2 4s and a 6. Obviously, I think we even saw everyone that plays cricket here can struggle with the conditions as far as bowling extras because of the wind. It's unpredictable. The ball tends to move around. But yeah, right now, Italy women 45 for no loss. And yeah, I wonder what a past score is. It's probably hard to say. I feel like at this level, you might be looking at maybe 100 or something like that.
Well, we saw a lot of the teams in the previous tournament struggle to get above 80. As the new bowler comes in, it's Helen Mumford.
This is international cricket, though. International cricket.
Yeah,
Kind of goes both ways. 90 to 100, maybe. We don't really know until we see. Yeah, Mumford just loses the handle on the first one.
Signals her own wide as well.
Well, she's got wants 2 paychecks.
Well, her husband is an umpire, not in this match or this series, but Stephen Mumford certainly would know the rules. As that one will be adjudicated a no ball and as such a free hit.
No ball. A little lighter moment as well. I mean, this is the thing as well. For Gibraltar, probably the depth and getting that 4th and 5th bowler right. They'll probably try a few different options. Like I say, it's not an easy night to bowl, but this will set up a free hit. I always think it's a bit cruel to have a free hit in this situation, but I can tell you, Nani Akara, she won't mind.
So full again, it's going to be a no ball, so she'll get another chance. She has hit it, and it's going all the way to the rope for 4.
Yeah, and so it will be. Unfortunately for Mumford, that'll be the second high no ball, so she's on her final warning in case that she bowls another one of those. I tell you what, Sally Barton, pretty lucky she doesn't cop that in the chops.
Yeah, she's been brave.
With that top edge could have gone anywhere. Not going for the headgear, Sally. But anyway, there will be more to the total. And yeah, Italy on the verge of it. A 50 partnership. Gibraltar searching with their first wicket.
That's better on the money and just pulled away. Really good shots. Found the gap, found the rope. Even the Ferrari could not catch up with that.
Yeah, they do go fast. It was a much better ball. I think maybe you just need to know your field then. If there's going to be a few balls in this area, you need to probably protect that quarter of the field. And Ferrari just was in front of square, so probably one of my outfielders would be a kind of 45 on the boundary. But yeah, nice shot by Nani Akara.
And we saw there how low the ball stayed, and that's where the wickets lie, Vinny. Is the balls that stay low on the stumps with the shots across the line, and that's where they're going to get them.
Much better ball.
It's going to be a no ball as well. So those are 3 warnings.
No, I think this is actually, so this is a separate thing. The second bounce is just before the line, so it's a no ball for something separate, so it won't be a warning or anything like that, but it will be a free hit coming up. I just want to have another look at it. We had a bounce just before the crease there on the second bounce. Now a wide, so yeah, the extras just coming into play a little bit. I mean, this is the thing. Can be a bit unnerving as well if you're not quite locating it where you want to try and get it back.
Yeah, this one's just not getting, she's lost her radar a little bit, unfortunately. Helen Mumford just needs to take a big deep breath and go through the process.
Oh, she is capable of bowling a very good ball here that could cause some issues.
Well, that's the one. How's that? Got to ask the question. The umpire's going to say yes, there you go.
Well, here's the thing. They're going to celebrate, but I think I got some bad news here. I got some bad news. And the first wicket in women's ECI cricket has been cancelled because it was a no ball followed by a wide, so still free.
Yeah, it's still a free hit.
Well, yeah, this is definitely out.
Yeah, definitely out. And that's exactly what we're talking about. You put it on that spot, it's going to stay low. And if the batter's not in a position to get down low to it, they are going to be at risk of an LBW.
Well, I mean, that should still give you a lot of confidence. It's a nice moment for Helen.
Just got to do it again, Helen. There it is, right on the money, but this time it's being connected all the way over the fence. 6 big runs.
Maximo! What a shot from Nani Akara, who kind of had a bit of a scare. Never a great fielding when the umpire's finger goes up, but luckily they were able to do a mulligan, and this one just a little bit short. So I think, you know, that Mumford knows exactly what she needs to do. That line's good, but just a little bit fuller so that they can't go back and play that horizontal bat stroke. Having said that, it's a bit risky because if the ball doesn't get up, you know, you have the chance for that LBW.
So 3 legal deliveries left as that has been put down the leg side and paddled away. It's another boundary. The Italians are running rampant.
Yeah, and this is the quarter.
That is a morte.
Yeah, this is the quarter where I think probably you need a bit more protection at the moment, just where the ball's going. I don't think that Mumford's trying to bowl it there, but yeah, if they do, it's a really easy one to swivel on as a batter and to put it away.
And we do know hitting in that direction, you've got all the advantages.
You've got the wind advantage as well.
Coming in, exactly.
Your natural kind of swing goes there as well.
So let's see. I reckon Mumford's going to get one here. Oh, it's been dragged away from outside off. There is a fielder, a sweeper out there on the leg side. There's a little bit of parry around. It's Neve Robeson.
Yeah, nice field by Neve.
Neve.
Knocked it
I'm
away
assuming
the
that
first time.
looks like a very Celtic name.
That's a Neve.
Yeah.
It's a very interesting name.
I wonder if she's related to Dave Robeson, who was playing for the Pirates. Let us know if you're in the chat.
It's a small country.
I also wonder whether you pronounce the name Robeson. I've been doing it for 2 weeks. Haven't been corrected as yet. Although Thomas Ramage, that one's been hit over the bowler's head. It's going all the way. That's a great shot of the day so far.
Yeah, this is a beautiful shot. Just gets down to the pitch. And I thought for a second Mumford might have a play on it, but it was over her, and it was a flash that was gone. Cuatro Carreras, 4 runs to finish the 5th over. It's 74 without loss. I want to say big hello to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to Gibraltar. Well, I know you've spent a bit of time here. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo. Joe Wegasani with me. History being made tonight. Match one.
All I can say, Vinny, is what a relief that some class has been brought to the stadium now. A little bit of sophistication, and what a wonderful event that we are here to bring you for ECN. It's an absolute privilege to have you here.
I want to say well done to all the crew over the last month as well, from Swing Productions, the Blue Crew, everyone else, all the players from that tournament. But yeah, looking ahead, yeah, I think it's always great to have something new and to really have something that we couldn't wish we'd had
new bowlers. Yanira Blog.
Yeah, the first one getting away. I mean, it's going to be pretty unnerving, I think, to step up to the plate. Again, they'll probably try a few different options. This first one, just a little bit to the left.
That's much better, right on the money, but too full and being splayed away. There is the Ferrari who's roaming down there. Look at that arm.
Yeah, good arm. And you see that it's pure nerves, really, for Blag. That's why the first one kind of gets away. But this one's a lot straighter. It's a better ball. And just a single. So, nice recovery. A few more there. Now you see us get our first real wicket.
It's a good one as well. It's got a nick, but it's travelled past the third man who was in there and run all the way to the rope. That's another boundary, and that's damaging by the Italians.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? I mean, it definitely has the direction right that time. The length just a little bit full, and allowing that. And yeah, well, these full tosses, if you get a nick on them, they normally fly away to the boundary.
Yeah. And Yanira Blag just...
I like it. She's kind of got her own style as well. I mean, sometimes the run-up can mess you up. So you just keep it basic. Less can go wrong.
There we go. Almost entices the edge as that one travels through to Sally Barton behind the stumps.
Really
no run added.
Really impressed with this comeback.
Yeah.
From Brett.
Shows mental strength, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's good.
So the score's on 80 now. This one dragging down the left side. Well, down the leg side. well left as it's called a wide.
What time's sunset here? Because I'm starting to get cold.
Yeah, you're going to
We've
be
got
very
another
cold.
hour.
I mean, you're looking good, but you're going to be
You haven't
very
seen
cold.
you haven't seen my secret bag of layers yet.
I'm already on 4 layers, and I've got another 2 in my bag. That's a great ball from Blag.
No, she's walked.
Oh,
It's gone.
There you go.
Well,
That's
how about
it.
that? And well done. And it is the first wicket. It's Yanira Blag that takes it, and it's a nice catch from Sally Barton behind the stumps. You know, that is really, really sporting
Wow.
as well
Isn't that
from
great?
Sharon Witanagi. She knew she got a little nick, and she didn't wait for the umpire's decision. The umpire didn't hear it. And so what a great moment for Gibraltarian cricket as they have their first T10 international women's wicket as Blag. It's just a well-located ball. It's what we talked about. Get it the right spot, get the chance, hold on to the chance. Well done.
Exactly. Not too short, but still not too full as to not tempt that back foot cut shot, and right in that channel. That's exactly where you want to bowl it on this pitch. Just about a foot outside off and allow it to come back in. And that is excellent sportsmanship. Just walking straight away. Well done, Sharon.
Yeah, that's really, really showing the way to do. What's what leaders do. And she's one of the more senior players. So it's going to be Mahamalagi to come out at number 3. Blag. The other thing is, it's a bit awkward facing someone that run up because you don't have your normal natural cues and your timing.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, you just
with
kind of
your
they're
trigger.
on.
Yeah. It's a bit like facing a bowling machine. As that's a great delivery and just play it off the back foot to the offside. They take a quick single. There's a bit of energy out there, though, the Gibraltar team.
Accuracy is everything, really. Accuracy is everything, and once she's been accurate, it's been really tough to deal with. So Nania Kara, the other opener, has moved to 29 in pretty quick time. Let's see if Blag can snaffle another wicket here. Last ball of the 6th.
Once again, that good channel. A little bit fuller and just dragged away. 1 more run added.
Good over.
Yeah.
Really good over.
Yeah.
Goes for 9, gets a wicket, 83 for 1.
Don't you love cricket, Vinny?
Yeah, well, cricket can
Look
turn
at
around
this.
really quickly. You know, I remember I was playing T20 cricket. This is when it was pretty new. And one of the bowlers, Michael Swart, actually, he played for Netherlands a fair bit. And one moment, I think he was one of the top all-rounders in the world in ODI cricket because he played like 12 matches or something. But anyway, he was bowling off 2 steps to me to get through the overs. And I was running 2s, and I was still like, you know, I like to tap my bat a couple of times, get ready. And as soon as you tap your bat, he's
in
back,
there, yeah.
You know, and it can just hurry you up a bit.
Yeah, it's disconcerting. It's, as 6 overs are done, 83 for 1 is the score here at the Europa Sports Complex. It is Gibraltar against Italy. If you're just joining us, well, on the YouTube channel, make sure you subscribe and get involved with the chat. We'd love to hear from you as that one's been dragged away down the leg side, backward to square, and all the way to the rope. 4 more
Neve
runs.
Robeson comes in, but the first one, if you had one tip, it would be just try not to let the ball get outside that leg stump because there's very little protection.
Exactly, yeah.
And yeah, it ends up getting smashed away for 4. So that's the thing. The length wasn't the worst, but yeah, you basically your target zone is anywhere between the left blue tram line and the off stump. That's your corridor of correction.
And starting as much towards the blue tram line as you can, because we saw it with the men as well as Robeson comes in, and that one will have to be bowled again as it's bounced.
Well, now they're taking a suicidal run. There could be a wicket here. It would have been out. Could still be a wicket. No. So she doesn't turn around. Well, I tell you what, when you want to face a free hit, you'll do some crazy things, and this almost causes a run out. It's a no ball because it bounces again before the crease, but then you can see Mahamalagi saying, you know what I would like? More runs.
Yeah, I want to be on strike.
So free hit coming up. Good comeback.
Good, well-delivered, well-pitched delivery, and they scramble through for a bye. Yeah, we saw it. We saw it really with the men. I think the bowling for the men's improved significantly as the tournament went on because they learnt that lesson that you have to start as far outside off as you can. So that one is being patted down on the offside. They take another run.
So cruising up at the moment. Want to say hello to Joey Marples as well. Hello to Monica Loveday, and getting a few good reviews from your podcast, Joey.
So I didn't want to do it. I didn't want to get too self-indulgent when that came up last night. But I'll take the opportunity now you ask. It's actually the podcast that they found is one that we did about 7 or 8 years ago.
Yeah.
And one that is no longer, it's for the annals. It's been done. It's finished. But we're currently making the History of the Netherlands podcast.
Oh, is that right?
That's our main one. As they ask, and the umpire's given it as well. The next wicket has fallen for the Italian team as Neve Robeson manages to get one. A little faint nick.
Yeah, and look who's in the action again.
Well taken by Sally Barton as well.
Little nick. Obviously, umpire hears it. Sally Barton takes a good catch. Just moving to her right. Good footwork to get across there.
Great work getting down low as well. She went to throw it onto the stumps.
Yeah, well, I guess
she
that's
controlled
right.
it enough.
And so, yeah, I think they was waiting. I think the thing is she catches it, and then as she goes to throw at the stumps, then she kind of drops it. But, hey, you got to reward the good footwork anyway. So, and the umpires, they're happy enough with it. But a nice effort from Robeson. Once again, we see a good comeback from a bowl that probably let a couple go early that weren't quite where she wanted them. But, yeah, nice to also give us an opportunity to see a few more of the Italian batters at the crease. So,
and this is the new debutante that you were mentioning earlier as well.
Yeah, Regina Sidahazai. I think that Kiara and Imran, her parents, were in a fairly long queue to get into Gibraltar across the border. But
so they're here at the moment?
Yeah, they're here.
Lovely.
They've even brought their own flag. So
there we go.
This will be a no ball, so free hit coming up. But, yeah, I want to say hello to everyone. Yeah, so your podcast. I have a thing with podcasts. I only listen to them if I want to go to sleep, though. So I don't think if yours is too interesting, I can't listen to it.
No, I've had people write to me from all over the world saying they use it as a good sleeping aid.
Yeah, it's going to be a wide. Doesn't quite catch up with this one. Sidahazai.
And we had to, my partner who I do it with, he's just had a baby, Julian Smith. He's added to the Smith family line. Good thing they're not going to die out anytime soon.
One thing the world's not running out of is Smiths. And there's so many Smiths.
Big reproducers, the Smiths. He's on time off, so we had to put a notice out that if you're missing the podcast, you can tune into the cricket here in Gibraltar, and the cricket is yielding yet more runs as that has been splayed through extra cover all the way to the rope. Nice 4 runs.
Well, this for me might be shot of the day so far. She makes good position and she doesn't lose her shape. She picks the gap and that fairly raced to the extra cover boundary. Into 7 overs. It's 98 for 2. 7 days to go until the European Cricket League. It's been Super February. That's what Rico's calling it. It's going to be Super March as well because that will run through to the 24th of March. Of the Champions League of European Cricket, 30 national champion teams and the European champions, Paco Care, will be going head-to-head, including the coach and the manager, Prabhath and Lorena, who are here of the Italian women's team. They are the president and I don't even know what Prabhath's official title is, but they will be there with Roma CC. Time for a new over, and Blagg gets another one.
And she's been really good since that wayward first delivery, really getting her line in check. Sometimes a little bit too full, but she did pick up that valuable wicket in the previous over. 1 for 9 she's got so far, right on the money that time, but driven away on the onside. 1 more run added.
I want to say hello to Rico Full, who's in the chat as well. Hello, Rico. Rico, how's your voice going after that golden ball today? If you're new to ECN, the golden ball's our tiebreaker. And we had one today. It's our 4th of the season. We're due one in Gibraltar, though.
Yeah, thought we might get one in the final last night. It was getting that close, but that's a beautiful cut shot, backward a point, all the way to the rope. 4 runs added. And the Italians are making a charge on that triple figure mark.
Yeah, nice shot. I mean, they've gone very heavy leg side outfielders. I feel like you could probably afford a sweeper out there because it also encourages the bowlers to put it in that channel. We've seen a couple of really nice shots on the offside from Sidahazai, though. And she's made a very good start. This is her first ever match for Italy as well, Regina Sidahazai.
She's got good shape as she meets that one. Onto the onside, takes another quick run. Again, the Italians good running. It's been a real highlight of their innings so far, and they've now moved to 104 runs for the loss of those 2 wickets.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Rico's saying he doesn't want to go in the jacuzzi. Probably smart, Rico.
Yeah, not after
Maybe the Austrians got hold of it when I left, though.
Shorter this time and tries to play it away, score the wicket, but it goes straighter than that. They add another one.
I've got to say, if you analyse this inning, so if you're Gibraltar and you're looking back at this, you look at the fact that there's been some runs played with good shots, but I think Gibraltar have leaked a few, probably 20 to 30 through balls that weren't where they wanted them at all. So, I mean, that's what you're working on. You're working on your accuracy in particular. I think the fielding's been pretty good for the most part. Yeah, but it's all about improving, and you do that when you play more experienced opposition.
Yeah, and just once again trying to keep it as far down the offside as you can.
See,
but
that's a good spot.
Occasion.
That's a good spot to miss, though, for
Yep.
me. If you're going to miss left,
Yep.
okay, it's not as easy to get away to the boundary. If you miss that far on the leg side, the batter's opportunity to really have a big swing at it.
Fuller one should be a maybe called no ball. No umpire Seb Maynard adjudicates that to have dropped, so
Yeah, I think
runs off the bat.
I think it's been called now, actually. It did seem high, didn't it? I don't think this is dropping enough in time. So, Seda Hazai will get the
free
single
hit.
and won't be the end of the over. We'll have one more ball in this over because the free hit's coming up. So, Blag, the start and the finish, probably not quite what she wanted, but in between, it's been pretty good.
Yeah, something to work on, certainly. Some real positive signs there. That one shorter off the leg side. She tries to pull it away. Does Mahamalaga, but as is, it just trickles through to the keeper. That is the end of the 8th now. 108 for 2 is the score here from the Europa Point Cricket Stadium. What's become a cricket stadium? Let's face it.
Yeah, well,
It's
it is.
multi-sport, but it's all about the cricket.
Right now, it's Cricket Stadium. I want to say hello to everyone in the chat. Let us know what you think so far. And you see that one over where things have got out of hand. But if you take that out of it, I mean, let's actually take that out of it. You got 79 off 7. So, you know, that's par for the course, really.
Yep.
And remember, you know, what's great as well is each team, they will get to play, 6 matches plus a final. So they get 7 matches in the week. I think that's really good as well.
It's a great way to get a real look at each other and come to understand not only what your tactics are for your opposition, but what your opposition's doing that you can also adopt and bring into play. Like we said, we've seen the Italians really running well here, and all the other teams should be looking at that. Good backing up. It is Noel Laguea back into the attack, and she gets a dot ball for her efforts.
I'm going to go with Laguea. Going with what I know of the rules of pronunciation, but I might be wrong.
But the thing is, we're in Gibraltar, and
yeah, I know it's not exactly.
It's not
Spanish. Exactly the same.
It's not Spanish. It's
true.
Janito. Yeah, we'll have to
Janito isn't great.
So
I know how to say washing machine though.
Exactly.
I was listening last
I'm
night.
glad you had that one.
Okay.
Yeah, all the technical words are very similar to English. In fact, they are. But yeah, Thomas Ramaje, who's helping out with the Gibraltarian women's team, has been cut down behind point. It's going to make it all the way to the rope, finds the vacant area, and finds 4 more runs to Sudozea.
Nice shot. And this is the thing, with only 4 outfielders, you can't have them everywhere. You kind of have to choose.
Yeah.
And so, at the moment, what are they going with? They're going with 3 out in the leg side and kind of a fine third man. But I mean, it's not the worst ball, it's just a little bit too short from Laguea.
Yeah, just a bit too short. Just pitch it up a little bit, but in that channel is good. We didn't see too many scores on the offside for the right-handers in the men's tournament. But we do know the boundary is in a little bit, and a lot of balls were getting to within reach of the boundary in that tournament. So it'll be interesting to see whether that evens up a little bit.
In the chat, they say that the women are putting the men to shame with the run rate at the moment.
They are. Absolutely are. That's a good ball, and well played with the straight bat as well. Look at that form from Sudozea.
Yeah, she's got a good technique. Tell you that straight away. And looks good at the crease so far. It's all comfortable from the get-go. Good footwork, good shape. And I know she's got a lot of her relatives tuning in from all over the world, actually. And really excited to see her in an Italian shirt for the first time. Speaking of the Italian shirts, the blue of Italy is amazing.
It is.
I don't think there's a better colour in the universe.
It is. It still gives me post-traumatic stress from the 2006 World Cup. No matter, that's been lifted up over mid-wicket, 1 bounce, 2 bounce, thrice over the rope, 4 more runs.
This is a really good shot. Mahalagi's just had a bit of trouble getting going here, but you know what she's done? She's tried to hit it straight over the infielder's head, and normally there's a gap behind an infielder, and even though there's a couple of outfielders in the area, they're not able to stop that. That's a really nice bit of timing, and particularly the placement was good there. So, partnership building here after the loss of the openers.
Good ball from Laguea, and almost deflected onto the stumps as well. She almost picked herself up a wicket for her troubles.
Oh, this spins away from the stumps. Actually thought it might have hit the base.
Great ball.
This will be interesting. Can we track the ball
Look
here?
at that seam.
Oh, it did hit the stumps. He hit the stumps but didn't knock the bails off. Wow.
Does too.
Oh, someone's left the chewing gum on the stumps. Look at this. It actually takes a bit of a deflection. Oh, but down the bottom of the stumps, it takes a bit more to knock the bail off. So she has a lucky break there.
Back to live action now. And once again, that beautiful seam shape as Ferrari comes in, does a very good job on the bounce, stopping any more runs than just the single.
That was sensational fielding from Elizabeth Ferrari out there. Yeah, you're right. Ferraris do move fast. End of the over. It's 118 for 2. Last over coming up.
Yeah, and I think it'll be Ferrari to bowl it, I believe, or she already bowled it too.
I think Ferrari might have one left, actually, if I just check.
I dare say she'll finish it off.
I think you're right. But yeah, some pretty good performances with the ball for Gibraltar. Also with the bat. I mean, pretty positive start. Quint saying I shouldn't blame Austria for ruining the jacuzzi. Well, I just showed them where it was. That's all I'm going to say.
You wouldn't be the first people to blame Austria.
Good reference. But let's see how crazy the 10th over gets, because ECN Cricket 10th overs, they're must-watch TV, because really now you should be running for everything, pretty much everything.
Yeah. Look, could even be worth just bringing one extra fielder in, and we know that Ferrari, I was going to say, she was really tight in the first over. That one just getting away from her, and they scramble through for an extra wide as well.
Yeah, so I think the thing is, I've noticed first balls have been a bit of a problem. So that's obviously something, if you're looking at the footage, if you're looking at the game, you're thinking, look, that's something I think we need to really concentrate on, even if you need to have a warm-up ball to someone around you just to get a bit loose.
Well, and just like that, it gets it on the money, but it is driven it well down to long on. Good fielding down there by young Amy Valverde.
Oh,
and there's a little bit of a calamity. Who's going to get the wicket? Well, three of them bumped into each other before the ball had arrived.
Well, you see, there was an orderly queue, and a bit like us at the border about an hour ago, Ferrari skips the queue, and she says, hey, I want it. And everyone else had made perfect position. Anyway, they'll get the second.
Enthusiasm, Vinny. It's enthusiasm.
Yeah, I guess most she's owning the ball. She's the bowler at the moment. But yeah, had to get behind the stumps.
Good delivery there. Lifted up down to the long off. It's actually been really well played. It's going to go all the way to the rope. 4 more runs. Suda Zaya, she is certainly making a name for herself in this, her first outing in the Italian team colours.
Yeah, and I think already you're seeing with Regina, you've got to have fielders covering that mid-off, that cover region, because she's got a very good technique. Rather leave some gaps on the leg side and try and make her play a shot across the line, I think.
Yeah. I think that's a good call.
Very good cricket shot. Hey, I'm getting hassled for robot updates in the chat. I'll give you an update in the second innings. Okay.
Drops it in shorter this time, seeing her coming down the pitch, and it's up to Helen Mumford to collect it. A little bit of a misfield allows them to come back for the second.
Yeah, good running. Really good running. It looks like they've been pretty well coached here to just go for everything in the last over, Italy.
Yeah.
Why not? I'll give you the quick robot update. I haven't checked because I've been busy, but I will check the tracking see if there's any update. But we got told the robots could arrive any time between 21st of February and the 11th of March. Tomorrow's the 21st of February, and I'm not expecting them to be there yet. Anyway, let's rock. Ferrari chasing her first wicket.
And that one cut away beautifully, square of the wicket. That's gone to the rope as well. And Suda Zaya, she is certainly one to keep an eye on in this tournament.
Yeah, good footwork as well. See, she doesn't try to overhit that. Gets the back foot back and across. Hits down a very safe shot as well. And I'm just still looking at this field. I'm trying to work out. It's so hard when you're only allowed 4 outfielders instead of 5.
Yeah, exactly. It really provides a problem. That's where you'd have them.
Yeah, that's probably where I'd have the 5th if you're allowed a 5th.
I'd also be tempted to just take the long off and put them over there. Because if she's going to hit it in that direction, there's such a big gap she can find it long off anyway. And trying to tempt the drive, but as it is, that one's taken away on the onside, and they get one more.
Oh, see, they might get 2 here.
It's going to be a run out.
Oh, this is close, you know.
Helen Mumford.
And I think this might be out. I mean, to see if we can get a really good replay of this.
So, Helen Mumford with the quick collect, and the
out.
bat's in the air, foot's behind. Not behind the crease.
That's gone.
That is out.
It is out.
Beautiful.
So Mumford gets on the scorecard. That's nice work.
Had a wicket taken away from her, but she won't have that taken away from her.
Yeah, so well done Gibraltar, get another wicket. But also well done to Italy. I think you've got to be unselfish in the last over. You've got to try and scramble for every run. And I think that's really positive from both sides. Yeah, but well done. It's a nice little cheeky underarm from Mumford to finish that wicket. It'll be 133 for 3 with 1 ball left.
Yeah, 1 ball and to face that. Well, she won't get a chance because they crossed. So it is sort of Zaya on strike. It's Amelia Bartram who's come up to join her, but she just gets to spectate and run.
Well, you never know. You might get like a
true.
wide
That is
+1
true.
or something.
That's true.
Anyway,
That could happen.
nice to get out there and experience the conditions. Here we go. Last ball coming up. There you
And
go.
she knew straight away. Minnie called it. That's all the experience.
I don't know if I'm a time traveller, but I've had 24 hours where I just keep being right. I called 5-2 Malta, Austria. I called Austria winning when they were like 40 for 7. And what else? I think I called a golden ball today as well.
I think we should start marketing you as a prophet.
Sometimes people say, well, why even bother wearing a helmet or pads or anything? You're not going to have to face. Well, look, you will.
There you go, yeah.
So Bartram,
Bartram.
Nice that she gets the delivery.
And you could see there that she was off, like she was already halfway down the pitch by the time the ball got to her teammate.
Yeah,
So
the tactics are spot on
good
from Italy
tactics,
in the last over here. So, seatbelts on, everybody. Is Ferrari still chasing a wicket?
Bartram left-hander as well, which is something we haven't seen so far in this Italian. Okay, she had a good ball as well. It was a bit full. It was there for the driving. They're going to run through for the bye, despite the best efforts of the Gibraltar team.
I love they looked at each other saying, should we go for another one? They like shrugged their shoulders and said, nah, just started walking off. Yeah, but that's right. And again, Gibraltar can learn a little bit from this with some of the organisation with run-outs, just get a bit more structure to who's going to take the ball when it comes back. But anyway, they're going to finish 136 for 3 off their 10 overs. And for me, a lot of positives for Italy in this innings, but the batting of Regina Sidahazai, I think, was the standout for me with some of those strokes. But early on, we saw the experienced pair at the top of the order, Sharon Withanagi as well. They played some good shots. Again, when they got the bowling right, they seemed to be able to hold their own Gibraltar. But just a few lapses with the ball meant their score climbed a little bit out of control. That was the first fake wicket, which is actually a free hit that no one remembered, including the umpire, who just couldn't even disguise it as a nose
he
scratch,
liked
could
it
he?
so much.
But then Blagg came up and she did get the first wicket for Gibraltar. And look, a lot of highlights for both teams, and I'm just really excited. We're finally on the park here in T10 International Women's Cricket.
As we have a look at the first wicket in ECIW occurring right there. And it was, of course, Yanira Blagg who managed to pick it up, and weren't they absolutely in raptures about that? And so they should be. And some very good work as well. Neve Robeson, she managed to pick up one as well with another edge through to the keeper. For the combination of these two coming about, it was Nana Yakata and, of course, Suda Hazea, who came and started putting that good partnership on, which brought them to that very hefty score, 136 they've made. As we have a look at the batting scorecard, really nice opening partnership there between Witanaka and Nana Yakata. And then, of course, although Maha Malaga did not manage to stick around for too long because of that run out, it was then Suda Hazea coming in, making 28 off 13 deliveries, and something to certainly hang her hat on as we have a look at some of the bowling figures. Well, Yanira Blagg picking up the first ever wicket in ECIW, and Neve Robeson as well, managing to put one onto her tally. So they begin their journey here at the Gibraltar Sports Complex, and we will be back in a few short minutes with all the action as Gibraltar need 137 runs off their 10 overs. It is Joe Wagasani here, joined by Vinny Sando, Mr. Maximo, and we will see you after this short break. Until then, ciao for now. And a big hello and welcome back to the Europa Sports Complex. Here we are for this first ECIW match of 2023, but also of ever. This is the first, this is history in the making, folks, as we have Gibraltar taking on Italy. And Italy have gone about putting on a very solid 136 runs, losing the 3 wickets along the way. 3 very first wickets to fall in European cricket internationals for the women. As we can have a look, we have moved to the invisible bails. Although the visible bails will be put on once the players are out there. We've had a great time here in Gibraltar, of course, with the ECS finishing last night. And the Pirates coming out the victors. And now getting to be here for this international series. And it will be really interesting to see how Gibraltar go about this. Italy, you could really tell that they've come with a plan, they've come with tactics. Their running between the wickets was superb in that innings. And also some very fluid stroke makers as well in their lineup. So they will be a dangerous proposition for the other teams. Let's see how they go with the ball for Gibraltar. It is going to be Amy Valverde and Elizabeth Ferrari coming out. So they open the bowling, opening the batting as well. Or is that actually Christine McNally? Excuse me. That is not Amy Valverde. Christine McNally joining Elizabeth Ferrari out there in the middle. As we get ready to start proceedings here once again. You can see that the sky has cleared up a little bit. We did have that shower in the first innings after about 2.5 overs. Everyone had to come off, but only for a short period. It was enough for at least one umpire's jacket to get completely soaked that I saw. But as it is, seems to have cleared up a little bit now as we get a nice view before the sun goes down. We've got all the ships off on the gauge roads, mooring for the night in the horizon. We've got that beautiful lighthouse as well. I wonder if we might be able to get a wider shot of that as the fielders just take their position. Amelia Bartram has the new ball, so she will have the honours of bowling her nation's first delivery in ECIW. And she is bowling to Elizabeth Ferrari. So a short ball outside off, called to wide, beats the keeper as well. So it's much the same as the first ball in the previous innings. That one has rolled away, 5 wides onto the total. So she came in with an intent, Amelia Bartram. Just losing a little bit of control there, dragging it down a bit short and a bit wide. So the first runs on the board for Gibraltar women's cricket in this tournament, as that one, Ferrari has hit that as hard as you like, but well fielded down there by Gayatri Bhattagoda. Fielding short extra cover, so only the 2 fielders allowed outside the ring, and they are both behind the stumps on the offside. A deep backward point and a third woman. She's bowled her, yes, we're going to leave that as a wide, and it just straightened up and came back and bowled her essentially around the legs. She really, Elizabeth saw that as a potential for picking up a wide, but that ball just staying on line and targeting in on the stumps. So the very first wicket for Italy, for Gibraltar, has fallen. And that's a bit disappointing for Ferrari. She certainly would have set her mind on staying out there for a little bit longer. She's a big player in the Gibraltar cricket scene. Does a lot of work behind the scenes here at the Europa Sports Complex and for the Gibraltar Cricket Board. And just learning on the chat that she has also played for the Gibraltar women football team. So an all-round great athlete, but no matter, she's back in the shed now. And it is, by the looks of it, Noelle Lagua who's come out. with the bat. She did very well with the ball in their innings. Managed to keep it quite tight. Now she's got the bat. As Bartram just brings square leg a bit finer. So Bartram now to Lagua. And this one ducks away as well. Umpires judged that stayed within the terms. So a good dot ball for the Italians. And the Gibraltar team really need to not let this overawe them at all. It's a big total in front of them, but the key here is to just try to turn dot balls into singles. A bit of a flash of the bat there, and a great line and shape from Bartram. He's really managing to move it. Something that we didn't see with the men so much. But look at that beautiful seam position as that ball comes traveling down the pitch. Just giving it cause to swing away from the right-hander. A big hello to you wherever you are around the world, tuning in, whether it's on FanCode in India or YouTube, of course. Our YouTube channel, European Cricket Network. That one takes a big edge and has been misfielded, unfortunately, for Nimisha Eka Nayaka down there. Just got into a good position, but the ball just colliding off her thigh and across the rope. So 4 runs off the bat. It was a big edge. Lagua just hanging the washing out to dry there a little bit. And so she'll get another chance now as Bartram comes in. And again, that one, aiming for that channel, trying to entice the drive or the cut shot, but as such, just moves it a little bit too far of that blue line. So a wide call. Bartram will have to call it again or bowl it again. And we will have to call it again up here. So you might be able to tell the lights are on now. This beautiful stadium, it's got such state-of-the-art facilities, and the light towers that surround it really give great illumination as Bartram almost gets the same result as that wicket that she managed to get previously. She's got this really natural outswing, and when she gets it right on the legs, the angle can make the right-handed batter feel that it is going down for a wide, and it just moves back a little bit. She managed to get a wicket with it earlier. This time, a big swing across the line from Lagua. As we welcome plenty of new people into our chat. The first over has come to a close, and 9 runs on the board for the loss of that 1 wicket. And talk about one. Well, we've had 1 match without a golden ball because we've just had them occurring at a periodic rate over there in Malta. It's been the series of golden balls, the most in a series that we've had as yet on ECS. And Dave Robeson is tuning in. He's saying, Neve Robeson is my wife. Well, there you go, Dave. Big congratulations. She's had to stay at home and watch you go about your way on the cricket pitch for the last month, and now you get to do the same. What a wonderful thing here in Gibraltar. There's that one. It's good delivery from the new bowler, who is Chaturika Mahamalage. And just edged away finally, and I don't think there was a run taken on that occasion. And Dave Robeson just affirming that Neve of the two is the best cricketing Robeson. So here we go. Heard it straight from the horse's mouth as Mahamalage comes in. Nice channel and hit firmly but straight to backward point, and a wonderful catch taken there. Well, she did it with the bat, now she's done it with the hand. Sudha Hazea has taken an absolute perler, bit of a chest mark. Aren't they up and about? And look at the big smile. Her parents will be very happy they're here. They've made the trip over. And it was well struck and really well taken, moving to her right. And that is another big wicket for the Italians to get. Just making inroads into this Gibraltarian batting lineup. This looks like Rosaline Riley, who's coming out to bat now. So early inroads there for the Italians, and for Gibraltar, a lot of this is about learning experience as well. It's the first time that any of these teams have come up against each other in this format. In fact, it's the first time that international women's teams have played T10 format. And it's only the very beginning of the tournament as well, so a lot of lessons to be learned, a lot of different observations to make about what the other teams are doing and how they're going about it. And for Gibraltar, I think the aim here is just to bat out the 10 overs. Of course, they want to go for it, but 125 runs in 53 balls, travelling at just over 14 runs and over, is going to be a tall task, especially with their top order batters already back in the shed. And that one, well, taking a bit of an under edge, and keeper unable to clasp it firmly. No run added. So a big thank you to everybody in the chat who is not only participating but also moderating. Some wonderful work out there. The chat is a family-friendly chat. Don't forget, we're here for the love of cricket. As that one is played back down the pitch. No run. And that is going to be the end of the second over. It should be 13 or 12 runs for 2. So we just wait for all the calculations to catch up with themselves. It's a real pleasure to be here, and big thank you, of course, also to the Gibraltar Cricket Association for hosting us here. A lot of fine people operating behind the scenes. New bowler into the attack now. It is Kumudu Pedrick, who's been given the task of trying to keep this Gibraltarian team stifled, which is certainly what they are at the moment. McNally on strike. And that one's going to be a wide. So she'll get another opportunity. You can see there the decroster, we've been calling it. There is that constant sea spray that comes in from the left of screen. We're not very far from the coast at all. She's bowled her. She's got her through the gate and knocking the woodwork over. That is a big wicket as well. So the Italians are certainly showing their class at the moment. Look at that beautiful seam position as well. It's something that they've clearly been working on. Not the most enigmatic celebration for your first wicket in ECIW, but I'm sure she's celebrating on the inside. As McNally has to trudge off. And it is going to be the young wicket taker from the first innings. Anira Blag, I believe this is. No, we're looking at. Excuse me, it is Amy Valverde who's come out. Amy Valverde. Who also performed admirably with the ball. So Pedrick with her first wicket. And just really targeting in on that off stump region, and that's been well hit. It's Rosaline, no, not Rosaline, it is Amy Valverde who's out there Yep, it was Riley who fell the previous over, or who's still out there, excuse me. She's at the non-striker's end. We're just getting all the gremlins out of the system at the moment. We've got one wrapping on the pads, but definitely veering down the leg side. Don't forget, folks, you can check out all the details about this series and all the other series we have happening around this wonderful cricketing continent at europeancricket.com. Go and check it out. Of course, not only do we have this, but we've got the wonderful ECL coming up. And speaking of coming up, someone else has come up into the commentary box. It's Miss Maximo, Vinny Sando.
I am here, and I'm enjoying the action so far. Tough going for Gibraltar so far with the 3 wickets in the power play. Pedrick, normally pretty accurate.
That one just pushed away on the offside. Some good, tidy fielding as well.
This is the thing when you are sometimes new to the crease. You kind of wish there were more outfielders so you could just kind of start your score ticking.
Yep.
It gets a bit claustrophobic, I think.
Yep.
You got 7 infielders. And yeah, got to try and get it through.
Follow on this time and dragged away into that more vacant mid-wicket region, but only as far as the fielder out there. It was Dilashaya Nana Yakata doing the fielding.
That's a nice way to get off the mark. Valverde gets her first run in T10 international cricket. Yeah, really think this is such a great concept. In fact, we're doing it at night as well. Look, it's been called a no ball here. I just saw the free hit signal, so it must have missed that.
Overstep or too high?
Maybe for height, I don't know, but Riley will get to face the free hit. Let's see what she can do with it.
Well, good delivery, really cramping her up. And you see that movement again, just really troubling the Gibraltarian batters.
I mean, to control the movement isn't easy with this wind. It's not super windy at the moment, but it's just normal windy, which is actually quite windy. But it's left to right. So if you got that that slide in swing action, then I think it's something you can definitely harness.
Well, that action coming into play again, but this time an under edge onto the, well, behind the wicket on the leg side. No run added.
Yeah, so if you're finding it hard to hit boundaries, you have to try and find a way to get singles from somewhere. That's the thing as well. 16 for 3 at the end of the power play. So, yeah, one thing that I think is going to become super important is running between the wickets, and that is communication. It's backing up. I think Italy did ran between the wickets pretty well, and they weren't afraid to take risks. I think you have to not be afraid of getting run out sometimes. You have to take calculated risks and force the fielders to make the play. Italy did that really well at the end of the innings, even though they lost a couple of wickets to run outs. But yeah, just something that I've noticed so far. Rather than just watch the ball or look down or give up on the run, just, you know, be open to it. Have an open mind. Look at your partner if they're going. If you go straight away, yeah, often you do get home. Anyway, time for the 4th over.
Yeah, it really is it's something with T10 cricket. It almost makes it's more of a team game in that respect, because your wicket, even though you're prizing it, it's not quite the same as if you're playing a 50-over match or a couple-of-day match. It's your wicket is there for the team. And how you go about using your wicket is for the team. It's not for your personal
I think it's probably the
endeavour.
The version of cricket that requires the most unselfishness.
Yeah.
Because it does involve you sometimes sacrificing your wicket at the end of the innings, or even playing shots you wouldn't normally play so early. Here's Nana Yakara with the ball.
And well played, but straight back to Nana Yakata, who very quickly tries to affect the run out.
That's the only way it can backfire, because she actually does pretty well there, Rosalind Riley, to back up. But then when you see going back to the bowler, you have to quickly turn on your heels.
Scramble back, Yeah, some lovely comments there in the chat as well. Faisal Joy thinks the Netherlands women cricket team is the strongest in this series. I dare say there'd be a few who agree with you there, Faisal.
Yeah, certainly. I can't wait to get out there. Netherlands and Sweden, game 2, the second match tonight. 2 matches tonight. And a couple of threes in there.
A good delivery on the stumps. A little bit too full, but driven away on the onside. They take 1 run.
Yeah, nice shot. Hit your sweepers. Yeah, Gibraltar, look, probably can't see them getting this 137, but still they want to put a respectable score on the board, and whoever's out there, you know, it's invaluable experience for later in the week.
Well, she goes for the big cross-batted slog, hit straight up in the air, and well taken down there by Kumudu Pedrick. She's taking the wicket, now she's taking the catch, and another one falls for Gibraltar.
And it all starts with the bowling, doesn't it? You put it in a challenging zone. That's probably 2 stumps outside off. It's full, but it's not that easy to drive. And you see, trying to go leg side. The captain, Kumudu Pedrick, did the rest, and so Gibraltar lose a 4th wicket now. It's 17 for 4.
Now it's going to be Helen Mumford coming in to replace the fallen bat of Rosaline Riley. Joining Amy Valverde out there. Yeah, it's always the temptation. It's just easier as a batter to, you naturally hit towards the leg side, don't you?
Yeah.
And with those deliveries that are just, a couple of stumps outside off.
Biomechanically, most people, they feel pretty comfortable with that swing. They feel pretty comfortable with kind of pulling the ball.
Yeah.
Some people overtrain themselves out of it though, but yeah, that's a very typical kind of a swing plane. Anyway.
On the leg side this time and played away by Helen Mumford. She now gets her first run if she makes it. She's not going to though. Oh,
This won't be out.
We're going to check it. I don't know if the ball hit the stumps.
No, it doesn't hit the stumps. I had a very good look at it here. But, yeah, you'll see it's actually the hand that hits the stumps.
Yeah.
There you go. You see it getting away. So, well done. It is a first run for Mumford. Yeah, you'll see the ball long gone here when she hits the stumps. Great camera work as well. Give that cameraman a raise. All right. Back to the action.
So well played on the offside. Finds a bit of a gap there as well in the covers, and another run added. This is good from Gibraltar, just not letting it bog them down.
Good hustle. It's nice from Valverde.
I was just saying while you were off doing the more important things, Vinny, that I think for Gibraltar the real key is just to bat out their 10 overs.
That's a really good point.
Well, Helen Mumford's not going to get that chance as Nana Iacata gets another one through, and the Italians are here. They mean business because they are not celebrating a single wicket.
Yeah, well, when you wear a headband, then you got to wear business. You got to mean business. Just ask Corey about that. He says a headband can add up to 20% to your game. And Nana Iacata even got it in the matching Azuri blue.
Yeah.
And yeah, it was just a good ball. Accuracy is everything. If you want to say what's the main difference in this contest so far, it's that Italy have located the ball more consistently than Gibraltar did. And yeah, it just creates chances, and chances create wickets. Well bowled. Into the over now, 19 for 5.
Yeah, it is the end of that over, and it's going to fall now on Prabha Raghunath to come out and partner up with Amy Valverde, who's still out there.
Yeah,
she's
still
been
there.
watching a lot of the action from the non-strikers' end.
So time for over number 5. Good chance, I think, for Italy to try a few different bowlers as well and try just get a few people into the action. Because you only get to play one game a night. Occasionally you might play 2. But yeah, I think everyone would appreciate the opportunity to get into the game.
Yeah, and that's another learning that we've seen as the T10 format has developed, is that through a series you really can hone your lineup, your bowling lineup, your batting lineup towards the pointy end, towards the finals day. So I think it's a really good call. We need to experiment a little bit. They've got a lot of runs to play with. There's that one's that played away to cover. Amelia Bartram mops it up. No run added. This is Sudha Hosea, who's come in to bowl, and she's just full of beans, isn't she? You can tell the enigmatic joy of cricket.
Yeah, be careful diving on this because artificial turf can do you some damage. Now, Regina batted so well, didn't she, in the first innings? She played some really nice open strokes, 28 off 13 with 5 boundaries.
Great, and she's got a wicket. Yep, she's found that one all the way through that big gape. The bat hanging out there. Well, she's celebrating. You're not going to see her with a headband anytime soon. She doesn't need it.
It's not every day that you get your first international wicket, and I think this one just kind of slides off the pad. Have a look there, yeah, it just slides off the back pad, doesn't it? And so, well, congratulations to Regina Sudha, who has her first wicket in T10 international cricket, and it's a 6th now. Gibraltar women just finding a bit hard going here in the 5th over, 20 for 6.
Yeah, 26. Neve Robeson now coming out to bat, wife of Dave. The better cricketer in the Robeson family by all accounts. As Hosea manages to get another dot ball. What I've really noticed about the Italian bowlers, Vinny, is their use of the seam has been incredible.
Yeah.
Hosea here, she's been bowling a few scrambled seam deliveries. But then there are a couple like that one. She's picked up another one. It's perfect delivery, angling in at the pads, but then moving it away from the right-hander, straight into middle and off. another big wicket falls.
Yeah, and so she's enjoying it at the moment. She hits the timber again. Not quite a hat-trick opportunity yet. She's gone dot one wicket, and right now, Gibraltar women, bit of a reality check. They certainly had a few more bright moments in the first half of this game, but at the moment, it's 20 for 7.
Yeah, and that just goes to show that a little bit of work to be done there. They did a lot of things really well with the ball. When they hit the mark, they looked very dangerous to Gibraltar bowlers. But with the bat, the forward defensive play, even though you don't want to rely on it in this format, it's just having an understanding of where the ball's pitching and getting your foot to the pitch of the ball and really not allowing a gap between bat and pad.
Yeah, exactly right. So it looks like there's going to be Sally Barton, who's going to come out at number 9. And Sally did some good things behind the stumps, picked up a couple of catches. And, yeah, I think the other thing is, for her wicket keeping, the fact she'll be able to watch that 10 overs, she'll be able to watch that back tonight or tomorrow and maybe look at a few little adjustments. I mentioned the depth of where she want to stand. I think her footwork was pretty good. She got a really nice catch moving to her right. Let's see if she can do something with the bat. And to Dave mentioning the Italian bowling lineup is fantastic to watch. Yeah, it sure is at the moment. Chris Smith saying Italy do look good. He saw a lot of the Women's T20 World Cup other than England or the 100. Not many women's games shown in the UK. Well, settle in because you can get women's cricket all this week on ECN and hopefully more in the future. And so far, we've only got about 14.4 overs to go off. I think it's been really entertaining. I think it's great for the game in Europe that they get this kind of exposure.
Yeah, this is absolutely what we need, and what else can we expect from ECN other than breaking boundaries, pioneering new ways of bringing this game that we all love to everyone around the world. Here's sort of Zaya, who's got 2 wickets to her name now for just the 1 run, and she's got to have another one. She's got to have another one. Now she's on a hat-trick.
Wow, 3 and 4, and what a debut this is for Regina. Unbelievable stuff, and yet just got it right on target. This looked to hit on the knee roll in front of off stump, and yeah, no doubt for me that this is going on to hit. Yeah, so this is camera 1's better.
Yeah. Well, I'd say a little bit close where it hit in line, but umpire's call, I'd have to say, would be would give it right. Poor Sally Barton, she can't quite believe it, but that...
Yeah, I think it's out. I mean, I saw it from straight down the line. It seemed to hit
it. It looked out.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't see it from right down the pipe. But anyway, just remember that, because that's the end of the over. It's 20 for 8, and Regina is the one person and the Italian team that will not want 2 wickets in this over because she's on a hat-trick.
She's on a hat-trick.
And this is where I said you want to maybe give everyone an over that might want to have a bowl, but this is the exception. If you're on a hat-trick, you have to get the second over. And the other thing is that we've never had a T10 international women's hat-trick, so she could make history right here. Anyway, this looks like Lenka Tribe, who's going to come out at number 10, so 20 for 8 at the moment. And yeah, we knew that Gibraltar side haven't really had as much exposure to cricket at this level, so obviously this innings isn't really going the way they would have liked, but still I think they'll be much, much better for the run tonight. It's going to be Namisha Ekanayaka to come in and bowl over number 6.
Yeah, I was just having a chat to Louis Bruce in between the innings as Namisha comes in for her first delivery of her second over, and that one is a dot ball. Well taken behind the stumps as well. But what Louis Bruce was saying is that a lot of things that it took them a whole tournament to learn a bunch of stuff about playing on this pitch at this frequency as well. There's a lot of cricket on this pitch. The bounce isn't as reliable as you might think. As that one is veering down the leg side, so a wide called.
Yeah, well, this is what we were talking about earlier.
The robots shipped.
They're shipped. I said I would give you an update. I got distracted and I'm not ready to give you an update, but that's why you need to stay tuned for match 2 because that's when I'll give you the robot update.
That's the update on the update.
Sorry, everybody.
No worries.
It's a busy night.
Be prepared for an update. This one wrapping on the pads, but going down the leg side. One feels. Umpire agrees.
Yeah, I think this is probably just sliding down. I mean, just. See, where it hits her on leg stump, I think.
It's a great ball for
Yeah.
T10 cricket, right?
It's actually, I mean, if you were to give that out in your DRS, it probably find it might be clipping. But yeah, good decision, I think. I think that Regina thinks it's a good decision.
Yeah. Yeah, no, Regina. Well, she'd give 1 wicket. I'm sure she'd love her teammate to pick up 1 more wicket, just not 2.
I don't take any chances, though, on a hat-trick. I remember there was a game in Malta last year where someone was on a hat-trick after bowling the first over and then never bowled again, and then it was 10th over. We're like, are you going to bowl? The captain didn't bowl him. I want to know what he did to the
He
captain.
ran over the captain's cat.
And they were winning it.
Well, this one wrapping on the bat. Well, she might have got a little bit of bat to that, but
Yeah, what do you have to do? Atinder Singh, and, he's more famous for that than, well, Ford certainly done some good things and they'll learn from the experience. Yeah, agree.
this one wider outside the off stump and just played tentatively down on the offside for no run.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard because we're down to batters that may not be recognised batters, but you also got to have a bit of a plan. My plan would probably be there's a big gap at kind of in the top left quarter. So if you get that kind of ball, maybe play it a bit later, see if you can kind of use the pace rather than have to make the pace of the bowler. Ekanaka is normally bowling that channel around there.
Yeah, around there. Step back, Amy Valverde, she's done well to stay out there. She's faced 13 deliveries now for her 4 runs.
Yeah, she's held it up. And you mentioned the importance of maybe batting out the overs as a little bit of a milestone for Gibraltar. But yeah, that little cut might be on, a little dab cut. Maybe get 1 or 2, maybe even 4.
This one Fuller and just played straight back down the pitch. So, yeah, she's doing well, and this is what they'll learn, that in this format cricket, as the 6th over, is that many, has come to a close.
Yeah.
And we are on 22
for 8.
2 for 8.
22 for 8. I had a question in the chat about the domestic setup of cricket in Italy, women's cricket in Italy. I must say that when I was there and I covered the domestic competition and covered the final just before our ECS started there, it had kind of been thrown into disarray by coronavirus. So all the regular things they would normally do, traveling between cities, hadn't really been possible. So I think it was a rescheduled kind of a final. But I don't know what the plans are for this season. But obviously things going a bit more back to normal. I think you could expect a bit more structure domestically.
Yeah, and hasn't that just been the case with cricket all around Europe?
All right, we're not going to see Regina yet.
It's happened again.
We didn't get the memo that she's on a hat-trick.
Yeah, she picked up 3, but
3 for 1 in her over.
this one played square of the wicket to point. They're trying through for a single. Should be a run out. And the umpire's calling for a third.
I got a
third
bad feeling about this. I mean, I
Yeah.
like the way they're taking this on, but it was really lightning work. You see Bartram
Look at this pick up and
picks
throw.
it up, and I think you see here, it's going to be gone.
Yeah.
So,
Well, that's what you get when you don't bowl Regina, is you get a run out.
well, I suppose there's another wicket first ball of this over. We thought it would be a hat-trick, but it's going to be a run out. And look, I don't mind that. Valverde, she actually calls that. She's trying to take it on. You're between a rock and a hard place because you're trying to make things happen.
Yeah.
But it is the 9th wicket. It's 22 for 9.
Yeah, and she knew that she was a batter out there who was probably in the best position to start hitting it around a little bit. So good call, but unfortunately just not making it home in time. But like you were saying with the disruption to cricket in Italy, it's really been the case. It's taken about 2 years for European cricket outside of ECN to really get the gears rumbling again.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Anyway, we are down to the last wicket now. And so, Blag, the 11.
Right on the stumps and played away nicely on the offside.
Well
no
done.
run added.
Well, she's wearing number 11, batting number 11. I will say she bowled really well. I was really impressed. There's a lot to work with there. Sharon Witnagi trying to finish things off.
On that occasion, big swing and a miss through to the keeper.
So
no
John
runs.
in the chat says that he's 56 tomorrow. He said that in the chat. So happy birthday, John, for tomorrow. We'll try and remember.
Well, on that chat, it's a few commiserations for people out there in the chat who are talking about friends going too soon.
Well, that'll do. That'll be 4 byes. This has really taken off, and it beats the keeper, beats everyone. And Gibraltar, they'll take the runs, 4 of them.
Yeah, so a big happy birthday to you tomorrow, John. Johnny G used to go by, the artist formerly known as.
Yeah, that's right. Well, Johnny G too, because he had to change it because of the confusion with Johnny Grimmer. Anyway, his partnership, amongst the better ones so far.
Makes contact. Finds
Oh, you've got to run there. This is the thing. It's such a good shot.
That's where the runs are.
Oh, now you might still get one. Oh, anyone.
Somebody run.
Oh, well, tell you what.
Yeah, Lenka Tribe, I think, just the non-strikers really not committed to getting to the strikers.
This is a great shot. I mean, it would have had to have been an amazing bit of fielding to run her out there. But, yeah, what they say, tailenders batting together always makes it for interesting viewing.
And this one just tries to tickle away down the leg side, comes off the pad, and no run added.
I feel for her there because she really should have had a run. Instead, it will be the end of the over. So the score at the end of 7 is 26 for 9. And John asked about the geographical distribution of clubs over the country of Italy. It kind of mirrors the men's with very strong presence in the north, some very good cricket clubs in the north, and the Rome area as well. Then you've got little pockets like Venice, like Bologna. In the south, I don't know too much about cricket in the south. Strange that, actually. Anyway, let's have a look at what's coming up next. Match 2. It's about 20 minutes from the start. News from the toss is that Sweden, they won the toss. They're going to bowl first. Some players to watch. Derek Cullis plays a cricket for the Yorkshire Diamonds. And, yeah, she's a very, very high-level player. You've got DeLanger at 3. Also got Babette de Later in there, who's the cousin of Bas de Later, who plays for the Netherlands men's team. And
he's had a very good year as well, Bas.
And also, he's going to play for Durham in the county set up this year. Back to live action here on the last wicket.
On that one, bit of a French cut down behind square leg. No run added.
With Baz, got a bit of free plastic surgery earlier in the year when he got roughed up by a bouncer. Go ahead.
Well, I hope he got the chance as Patrick comes in to finish this off and just down the leg side. That will be another wide.
It's okay, still put it because it's better than nothing. Been like this for a few days.
Yeah, so a little bit of tale of Bas de Later's plastic surgery. Oh, I hope he took the chance to get a few things.
I said that. Maybe he got, maybe it's just got stitches. but he got a pretty nasty one at the World Cup. Maybe Harris Rove. Tell me who was, if you know in the chat. Anyway, Pedrick trying to finish things off.
And look at that looping delivery as well. Gives it a lot of air. Comes down pretty quick.
Tell you what,
good channel.
I know it's Regina's first game, but she needs to have a word with the captain here, Pedrick, and say, you know, BTW, I'm on a hat trick here.
Well, this one attacking the stumps and well played by Blagg.
Liking it.
Met it with the straight bat. So, yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I'm not sure if it's because it's her first game. She's a little bit shy. And
I'm going to yell out in a second. I know my voice carries.
Regina.
Pass ball the over.
That one playing a miss. So dot ball to end the over. The score is 26 for 9.
Yeah, so, well, Regina is on a hat trick. I'm just saying. Regina's on a hat trick.
Hats off.
Hats off. She's
running down a log off.
No, she's grabbing the ball.
There we go.
Yeah, well, there we go. Finally. And don't do all my coaching from the sidelines, but I think
just most of it.
There's just a few general murmurs in the stadium. So, let's see. She was pretty much on target in the first over. She took 3 for 1. I think this is a player of the match.
And look, absolutely. And challenge for these two.
Hat-trick ball.
Oh! She's done it. She's got it right through the gate, taking the top off. And Regina Subazaya has picked up the first ever hat-trick in ECIW. Can you believe that?
What a debut. That's all I'm going to say. She batted so well. And then she takes 4 for 1. And sometimes good things come to those who wait. I can't believe she had to wait so long to have a go at the hat trick. And she does it all by bowling straight. What a performance. Take a bow, Regina Subazaya.
Oh, and not just a straight ball, but a ball moving in and then cutting away from the right-hander and just nicking the stumps. That was an absolutely sensational delivery. And I think we've got a real future superstar here.
And this is what this series is all about. It is shining a light on European women's cricket. And, well, Gibraltar women, that was a hard lesson for them. They're bowled out for 27. The margin of victory is 110 runs. But still, I've got to say, I'm really thrilled for Regina. What a great moment for her. And she will have that for the rest of her life. And I'm sure her parents that have travelled they'll be just pinching themselves after that. So that is the end of the innings. And so, yeah, Italy women, they do the job. The first ever T10 international. Gibraltar, learning curve for them. I think they had their moments, didn't they? They had their moments, but really when it came down to it, the Italians too strong. And a bit of confusion raised. Bartram swings it round the legs to get things going. But then, even though we had the odd bit of luck for Gibraltar, they found it hard going. And really, you saw it with the Italians. It was the control, it was the accuracy, I think, that created these wickets.
And also sensational fielding. Just look at that. Regina not only getting the runs, taking the wickets, but taking the catches at backward point. And Pedrick, she came on and immediately started hitting the right line. And even though the Gibraltarian women, they tried to hit out, at the end of the day, it was all going to be a little bit too high of a mountain to climb.
Yeah.
You see there, Helen Mumford swinging across the line and learning the lesson that that's how your bails are going to be rattled.
And that was number 2. This was number 2.
That was number 2.
And yeah, hitting it's the purest of hat tricks because it's all bowled as well. But then we had to wait, and that was early in the over. It's got the LBW there, so that was the 3rd. So I actually went bold, LBW, bold. And, well, what a way to finish things. A hat trick, our first ever T10 International Women's hat trick going to Regina Sudhazai. And yeah, Italy, they walk off happy. Look, credit to Gibraltar as well. I think that they learnt a lot out of the game. I think that they'll be able to look at that footage. They'll find areas that they can specifically improve. I like the feeling around their team. But, yeah, they weren't really a match for Italy, who send a message here in match 1. And just looking at the scorecard, Gibraltar had 4 as their top scorer. That was Lagaya and Valverde, who stuck around for 15 balls, but they weren't able to do a lot more. Bowling figures were 4 for 1 for Sudhazai. Incredible performance, including a hat-trick, so she'll go up on the ECN Hall of Fame on a board. Apart from that, 2 wickets for Nania Kara, singles for Pedrick Mahamalagi and Bartram, who started it all off with the bold dismissal early in the piece. We're going to take a break. We'll be back in about 10 minutes, and when we do, it will be time for Game 2. The Dutch, they'll be swinging the bats early. They've been sent in by the Swedes in match 2. Until then, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Joe Wigasati. We'll see you shortly for more FanCode ECIW Gibraltar.
Hello and welcome back to Europa Point here in Gibraltar. I've got the rock on my right, I've got the water behind me, and I tell you what, a lot of entertainment out here in the middle. Our first ever night of ECI cricket for women. It's T10 action, and now we're going to roll into the second match. It's the final match tonight, match 2. It's the Netherlands versus Sweden. Let's see what happens at the toss. Tyrone Peters is with the 2 captains.
Welcome to the second game of the evening between the Netherlands and Sweden. Sweden will call. There's your heads, there's your tails.
Yeah. Tails.
Tails is the call. It is a tail.
Yeah, we would like to go first.
So the news from the toss there is that Sweden, they've won the toss and they're going to bowl first. So interesting, they've sent the Dutch in. And look, I think the Dutch probably a little bit more experienced at this level. They've played some very good opponents recently in T20 international cricket. But this is something different for all of them, really, no matter what your level of experience is. I know that Sweden, we know that they're a team that are full of heart, that we see that all the time in the men's T10. I'm sure that the women's will be much the same. Let's talk about the Netherlands, though. I mean, they do have Sarah Cullis, who plays for the Yorkshire Diamonds. I think she'll be a bit of a force in this series. Also, Babette de Leede behind the stumps. She's the cousin of Bas de Leede, who of course plays for the Netherlands men's team and has just been picked up by Durham. So I think Heather Seegers, she won't be too worried about batting first. She'll want to certainly make a statement here as we get ready for the start of match 2, the final match of the day right here on ECN. And it is Sweden. They've won the toss. They're going to bowl over to Joe Wegasani as we get ready for the first ball.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Maximo. Vinny Sando out there in his resplendent yellow suit, bringing some class and fashion to Gibraltar. And talk about class, there's a bit of class out there indeed. As you've mentioned, that Netherlands selected 11, certainly sporting some strong players, but Sweden, they've got some good players as well. Gunjan Shukla, we'll be expecting quite a bit from her. As well as with the ball, you'd say that Saidavata and Nia Kayani will be featuring pretty prominently as they try to stifle any attempts that the Netherlands make to put on a big total. It is going to be Babette de Leede and also Heather Seegers coming out to open the batting in this, the second ECIW here in Gibraltar. Wasn't that a fantastic exhibition that we just saw with the bat and the ball by young Regina Subazaya? And there is definitely something about having internationals. There's a spirit to the tournament which which just can't be found in other tournaments. People playing for their country coming over. It's Gibraltar who's hosting this tournament, but of course the other 3 teams have had to travel and coming in to play at a ground that they've not played at before in a format that they've also not played at before. Certainly a learning experience for everybody involved, as it would seem that Haria Shamto is going to open the bowling for Sweden. So Sweden versus the Netherlands. Not often that you see these 2 teams pitted against each other in a fierce battle, but it's going to happen right now. As everybody involved, just make sure we're all ready. It is Steve Mumford who's got the officiating duties from the bowler's end, and also the other umpire being Seb Maynard out there at square leg. So they are our adjudicators. We're ready. The bowlers are there, the batters are there, the umpires are there. Let's play some cricket. Right, fuller ball outside off and cut away to point. No run added. Some good fielding out there. It is Babette de Leede who is on strike. Very, very handy cricketer indeed. Has performed also in the grade levels for the men's competition in the Netherlands. A few of these Dutch players have certainly honed their craft. Growing up, there wasn't a whole lot of women's cricket available, so they had to make their way in the men's teams. great that they have the opportunity now to perform for their country. A full ball dances down the pitch and splays it through extra cover. That is rolling away to the fence. That is 4 big runs. The first boundary for the Dutch. That has shown some beautiful shape and form from Deleda. So you don't want to, really need to bowl a bit of variation to Deleda, you feel. Just mix up the pace a little bit, a fuller ball, and she's chopped that away. A beautiful pull shot, 1 bounce over the rope, 4 more runs. So there we go. We had a lot of action in the previous match. As mentioned, Regina Subazaya, she made runs. She also picked up a hat-trick, and for that, well, Jeffrey Maguire in the chat for Grizzly Bear Sports said that he's going to send her a hat. So there you go, folks. If you want a free hat, come and take a hat-trick for your country. There's that one. Almost a catching chance, but struck beautifully straight down the ground. Another 4. They are dealing in boundaries, the Dutch, at the moment, as they attempt to put themselves up to a formidable total. Certainly on track at the moment. 3 deliveries in, or 4 deliveries in, and 3 boundaries. So yeah, the Dutch are certainly probably the favourites for most people out there in this tournament. There's that one. She dances down the pitch. Nice use of the feet. Only going to pick up the single, though, as the fielder runs in from the covers. There's going to be extras, though. Just the 1. So some good tight running by the Dutch ladies. Yeah, there's certainly a long history of cricket in the Netherlands that these women are carrying on. As another cover drive is going to reach the rope again. So that is 4 boundaries now in the over. And Deleda certainly showing her class there, using the feet and getting to the pitch of every ball and playing it on the offside as well. As the first over comes to a close, the score is going to be, just waiting for everything to catch up, 19 runs, 19 for none. As we just learn more and more about this amazing stadium. Now welcoming back into the chat, here he is, Miss Maximo.
Have a look at that. And the hat tricks has been updated. Regina, this is like amazing. 4 for 1. And we had a hat-trick drought, right? We had like 140 matches, no hat-tricks. We've had 3 in 2 days. And Uma Tariq, that's not a misprint. He took 2 in the same innings yesterday, and I'd never seen that before. That was playing for Austria against Malta. Anyway, let's go with over number 2, and it's the captain, Gunjan Shukla, and she's going to get whacked away leg side for 4. And it's Cuatro Carreras. Well, not the worst ball ever. Left armour, kind of straightening down the line. Bit of a risky shot, but she gets away with it.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad ball, though. We've seen balls like that picking up wickets on this ground, on the stumps, and staying low. We know that the bounce here, it's not that true.
Big day for the Hall of Fame. Savio Thomas got 5 for 5 in the last match in Malta. Golden ball as well.
Well-angled ball in this one. Just treat it with a little bit more respect on the onside for no run.
It's well bowled. Yeah, I like what Gunjan's showing here. But yeah, you almost you have to wait for a mistake. You got the captain and the Seegers out there now. Again, middle stump, but this is perfectly placed from Seegers. A class shot, really. And he's slightly across the line, which means you don't want to miss it, but she doesn't. She gets her feet in really good position so that her pad's not in the way. And that's 4 more right now. The Dutch Open is looking dangerous.
Yeah, it's absolutely showing the class on the pads and clearing the front foot. Just allowing that stroke through the line.
It's the same as we kind of saw in the first innings of the day. You just need to put the ball in good areas, try and create chances, and then take those chances. Here's Shukla. This time she goes over the offside and it looks like it'll be another boundary. So this is what we've been accustomed to seeing in this form of the game. The power play is all important. This one's slightly into the wind, but still hit well enough to get all the way past the rope for 4.
Yeah, so the challenge is before the Swedish here, because the Dutch are certainly running away with it as they really build upon this power play innings.
Goes again, crunches it, and it's misfielded. That's going to be 4 as well. And it can be a little bit difficult when you're fielding on artificial turf for the first time to know exactly how the ball's going to react. This one really probably should have been stopped, but Somasheka couldn't quite get the full palm of the hand on it. So another boundary. Yeah, with a few people talking about that 2 hat-tricks in one innings. And I got a bone to pick. I'm a bit pedantic sometimes. This one should be cut off. 2 outfielders in similar position, guarding that leg side boundary.
Tell me about your bone.
So 2 overs down, 36 for no loss. Okay, I will. It's not a double hat trick that Umar Tariq got, because people call a double hat trick when you get 4 in 4 balls, right? There's an early look at the table. These 2 teams playing their first game. Italy beating Gibraltar in the first game. So, yeah, it's not a double hat trick. Yeah, because and even that people say, well, isn't a double hat trick 6 in 6 balls? No, because the first hat trick is 1, 2, and 3, and the second hat trick is 2, 3, and 4. So I think I just want everyone to get on board. We've got to call it 2 hat tricks, because I've heard of double hat tricks. We've actually seen 2 or 3 double hat tricks. We've never seen 2 individual hat tricks in an innings, and that's unbelievable.
Could you call it a consecutive hat tricks?
I feel like consecutive would have to be 6. I don't know.
6 in a row, yeah.
I don't know.
It's tough.
We won't have them that often, so we don't have to worry about it. Anyway, here we go. It's a hanging full toss, and that is going the journey, Maximo. Ravuri comes up. It was straight enough, but it doesn't land. In fact, it doesn't land on the field again from the hand. 6 runs to the Netherlands.
Yeah, big 6 runs, and the Swedish trying to change it up now with a bit of spin.
Power play over as well, so that's a bit risky with only 2 outfielders. Oh, this one is pure from Seegers, their skipper leading the way. This one does bounce through. He picks it up beautifully over long on for 6 more. This is a better ball. I mean, it's a challenge length is what I'd call that, because if you don't get in the middle, it might present a catching chance. But Ravuri, well, she's finding out the hard way. It's not going to be easy to bowl to these Dutch batters. Oh, in the air and just over the outfield. It's going to be 4 more. It was a good effort. I think that's Lundell there, who she thought she might have had a play on this ball. Again, this is maybe a slight mistake. It's not really off the middle, but it does have enough to get over the infield. And another boundary.
Yeah, it's getting to trouble time here for Sweden. They are a new unit. Swedish cricket is still in its foundational stages. And it's certainly giving an opportunity. There's a catching chance, but got mixed up between short third fielder and the keeper, so it falls safely.
Yeah, I mean, that's the mistake, isn't it? It could have gone anywhere. Just kind of looped over Alaganula, who's behind the stumps, and didn't even carry to that kind of de facto slip there either. So, yeah, Seegers gets away with one there. And Babette Delata, we mentioned, she's the cousin of Baz Delata. Tries to sweep, misses out on this, will be called a wide. Now, anything that misses leg stump is a wide in ECN cricket, unless it is between the batter and the stumps. So that makes it a bit simpler for the umpires. There's that sea spray coming across the ground. Yeah, you can really see it with the lights on now.
You really can, can't you? You can taste it on your lips, Vinny.
Well, I do like it a bit salty sometimes. This was a single that's well fielded down on the boundary by Shukla.
Yeah, I've mentioned it a few times, but it's been a trick we've had if we've not been able to find the salt for our dinner to just come out and stand out here. And it rained down upon us. Ravuri now to finish our over.
Oh, this is a good bit of bowling. I mean, doesn't mind using flight as a weapon. And it actually beats the bat, but it will be the end of the over. And at the end of the power play, pretty useful one for the Netherlands. They are 55 without loss.
That is a superb power play session for the Dutch. As we can have a look at their urban development chart. Well, it's a dike. That's what they've done, gone and built. Here's a that's a wall, Vinny.
Yeah, I know.
As,
I've been there.
They have
Beautiful place, the Netherlands.
elevated themselves to 55 for none.
Pretty low lying, pretty flat.
It's almost like it's the Netherlands.
That's it.
Yeah,
I love
the
spending time
lowlands.
there.
Yeah,
And-
it's a beautiful place.
Tell us what you know about windmills.
Oh, we don't have time. I know.
We can extend the
I
stream
know more
8
about.
hours.
I know more about windmills than anybody should know.
So, yeah, Joe, if you're new to the broadcast, he's a bit of a history buff, doing your tours and those kind of things, podcasts, all sorts of things. Anyway, so Mashaka gets a bowl here in the fourth.
Oh, what
wow.
a delivery.
That can't be out because that's got 45 degrees.
It's turned on a dime, hasn't it?
What's gone on here? This is actually ball of the century.
It's hit a pebble.
That is ball of the century. I've never seen one move that far. You got one more time, if we've got time. This is unbelievable. Well, let's see if it was a fluke. Next. Next one comes back a little bit, just be one. I can't believe how much that moved off the pitch. That was a seam up. That wasn't a spinner.
No.
That was a seam up delivery.
Absolutely, and we haven't seen that at all in the series.
Oh, that should be out on principle. Unbelievable.
Yeah, it should just be out for the effort, shouldn't it? Well, she wish that one would have come back.
Yeah, just losing it to the left. But, yeah, still, I mean, this is what it comes down to. I mean, my coach always used to say, look, there's only one player that can actually control the game, and that's the bowler. They're the one that's putting the ball in play. They're the one that's basically determining the narrative. So, Summer Shaker, hoping for another miracle delivery here. Goes after it in the air, catching chance, and it's dropped. Well, that's a shame. Rita Rahaja down there on the long off boundary. It was a pretty well pitched ball by Somashake, and it drew the false shot. Unfortunately, the fielder couldn't hold on.
Yeah, and disappointing for Sweden. They've been trying so hard to create a chance, and on that occasion, the chance was there for the taking.
Yeah, fielding's important. Not easy conditions. We've mentioned that a few times. It gets a bit of inseam here, but this is well cut away. It's a good shot selection. It's going for 4. So yeah, these two continuing to have some fun out there. It wasn't the worst ball, just a little bit short. And I suppose with only 4 outfielders available, it's really hard to protect these boundaries.
Yeah, it certainly is, and that's going to be a learning process as well. Where to put those 4 fielders after the power play in this format. This is the very first International Women's T10 to ever occur, Vinny.
Yeah, well, technically this is the second, but,
The second.
but I take your point.
Yeah, that's
how
the
quick
first
things
night
work.
of it. That's how quick it goes.
Oh,
So-
keeper can't recover the angle here, and I think this is going to be 5 wides. And yeah, it's a tough one when you're moving the ball around a lot. And yeah, you see that one, the seam position's pretty good. So with the wind, it kind of drifts down leg side. And unfortunately, Nagula can't make the stop. So 5 bonus runs. And really, at the moment, the Netherlands don't need the freebies.
No, they certainly don't. They are making it good going on their own accord. Rashmi really, I think just keeping it fuller. You don't want to attempt that drive too much, as we know they can clear the ropes. That's a good delivery.
Yeah, it's going to be down leg side, but it's good bowling from Summer Shaker, and she can get it right. I'm still coming to terms with that. I mean, how much... I watched the Gibraltar series.
Yeah, it didn't happen at all.
I thought it was one of those kind of joke balls for a second.
Yeah.
Like we had a chunk missing
Maybe
or
there was a
something.
particularly large granule of salt.
Like the
on
only time I've
pitch.
seen a ball that moved that much off the pitch is like on the whacker when there's huge cracks or something like
Yeah.
that. No, this will be a no-e. And I think that'll probably go to the boundary as well. So, yeah, just losing the handle. We've kind of seen this, and we saw it in the first innings of the day as well. You know, bowlers bowling some good deliveries, but just letting the pressure off with 1 or 2 when they lose the handle. That's about a chest-high full toss. And Delata, she doesn't need any invitation, and she'll get a free hit as well.
Yeah, absolutely capitalising. And so the Swedish team really need to not let this get in their heads too much and think about what their plans are and really stick to them.
Free hit then. And she makes her way down the pitch, and she hits into the gap. 4 more. Cuatro carreras más. This partnership out of control at the moment. End of 4. It's 76 without loss. So what I would say in the chat. Bit of discussion about this series because it is a new series. First time we've had women's T10 cricket. Like I said, the game dynamics. The idea is that we replicate everything that's done in the men's series. So it involves just studying what the differences are between ICC men's and ICC women's cricket and trying to apply those to our cricket. And so you will probably see scores that are similar. I think across the board, you've got to kind of take in both ends of the spectrum. So obviously, you've also got different experience levels within teams and across teams as well. So at the moment, Netherlands, they're having fun, but you got to also realise Sweden, they have created a couple of chances. There's one that just looped over the keeper. There's one that's gone down already. But yeah, it just shows you how important it is to hold on to those catches.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll see that all change as time goes on. The Netherlands has a very deep history of cricket. There were cricket teams in the Netherlands in the 1880s. Although I'm going to say there was also a cricket team in Gothenburg in the 1880s, but
they're very proud of this in the Netherlands because they have the longest continuously running competition in the world.
Yeah,
in
the top class.
The top class. You've played a bit in the top class, right?
Tried to.
Trying's 90% of the journey.
I was on the sheet.
I'm getting hassled for a robot update.
Yeah,
and that hat trick, and I had to do interviews that completely threw me off. I'm going to do my best to try and get you a robot update.
The update
mate.
on the update
All
on
right.
the update.
This will be a one. Again, it's a good ball. This is Vaidya who is getting a bowl. Again, as a bowler, I think you need to just be happy about executing the skills you're trying to execute. So, against really good batters and batters that are a bit more experienced, and they might hit those balls for 4 or 6, but I think you just have to assess your game based on you doing what you're trying to do.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Putting it on the stumps there as well.
And this is going to go away, and really good bit of fielding. Just tiptoeing to her right there. Gets it back in just a single. You see, this is clever batting. Knows the movement's going towards legs, so
What a piece of fielding.
gets a pick up. But how about that from Soma Shaker? She's been a star so far. Deleda, 33 off just 14 balls. And she's outpaced by a skipper at the other end. There's a wide, and keeper gets an end of the finger on it. That could be a bit painful. But you can see batter's very proactive here. You feel like they're in control of the game at the moment. And see who can get the breakthrough for Sweden. Short, hit pretty well. Here's an outfielder out there, but they can't do anything about it. 4 more, and so Deleda joins her skipper on 37. Again, it's just little errors. I mean, that's a little bit too short. Maybe because Deleda was charging, she pulls the length back a bit, but yeah, that was very well timed. Didn't try to overhit that. That was pure timing from Deleda.
Yeah, great hand-eye coordination, and these two really set now. It's going to take something special to break it. Let's see if Vaidya's got what it takes.
Now steps across and hits it pretty well. It's 4 more. So reigning boundaries at the Europa Point Stadium right now. Again, at that pace, the batters feel pretty comfortable getting across and maybe blocking the stumps with their pads. I don't think they're going to miss it. And Vaidya having a bit of a rough time.
Yeah, but Vinny, we've seen plenty of wickets falling at this ground over the preceding month with those kinds of deliveries and players playing across the line. The ball stays really low. That just goes to show the absolute class of Deleda that she managed to really stick with it and middle it.
Yeah, and I think we saw it uses a tactic in the men's T10 here, a lot because it's wind assisted when you go to the right of the screen, right? Last ball, the over. Oh, it's a good one. Oh, that's littered the keeper, Alu Ganula. But that's why I think it's super important to wear the helmet. Yeah, this made a nasty sound. I'm just so happy she's wearing it because we have seen this pitch just playing up a little bit in the last few minutes, and that bounces a lot more than she thought. And, well, that's a trip to the dentist if you're not wearing a helmet, or worse. Anyway, good news is it looks okay. It's 88 without loss after 5. I want to welcome you to Gibraltar. It's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. And I'm here with Joe Wegasani. It is our first ever night of ECIW action. And so far,
I'm entertained. What about
I'm
you?
having a bunch of fun, Vinny. Absolutely. Lovely having you here. Lovely to be able to sit back a little bit and let a few words be spoken.
I'm going to ask you all out there, if you don't already, subscribe to the channel ECN European Cricket Network and tell your family, tell your friends about ECN, because we have over 1,000 matches, probably closer to 1,500 matches this year. We'll have to see. And it's just incredible. It's unprecedented. I was thinking about this. For me, it's probably the biggest thing to happen to cricket since World Series cricket back in the late 70s, as far as changing what cricket broadcasting is. And so, yeah, tell your family, tell your friends, subscribe to the YouTube channel, like the video, and on our social media at European Cricket, you can see what's going on.
Oh, that's a good shout. Hits on the back leg, just hitting outside the line, as I think.
She asks 6 or 7 times, and I would have too. It's only if it hits outside the line or not. So where's the impact here? Gets a bit outside.
She shuffled across.
But it hits. Yeah, it's probably a good.
Just outside.
I honestly think that's umpire's call. There might be a little bit of the ball in line there.
Yeah.
Don't think the middle of the ball was in line, but you certainly delayed it. A bit lucky to get away with that one. And so she says, well, I had a bit of luck. I'm going to cash in. That's almost going through the rugby goals for a conversion. Maximo, 6 runs, and that was probably the biggest hit we've seen so far.
Gosh, the fickle vagaries of cricket, Vinny, had that finger going up with that what could have been an umpire's call.
I think it was just a genuine umpire's call.
Yeah.
He had doubt about whether it was in line or not. So did I when I saw it live. So I think if he'd given it out, you couldn't have said it was a bad decision, but probably benefited out going to the batter. And then
just a
delayed it. Moved to 47 now. And what a good stop this is. I thought that was going to be a 50 when it came off the bat, because it fairly rocketed off the bat, but very good piece of fielding down there by Kudchan Rana.
And look, this is something that all the other teams need to take observation of. The use of the feet by these two batters has been absolutely sublime.
Yeah, and the thing is, they're pretty confident they're not going to miss it, because that's often what people say what people are thinking when they're dancing down is, am I at risk of being stumped? It's pretty well bowled by Ravuri. Bit of work for the fielder, though. It's the captain. It's Gunjan that does the fielding. Yeah, Gunjan's lovely. I've met her before, and it's nice to see a few familiar faces around the game. And obviously, we're focusing on the players here, but all the support staff, the coaches, everyone that has a hand in getting the players prepared for something like this. Full toss in the air.
His chance.
Oh, and it's been dropped, just misjudged. And I'll tell you something, if you feel the lights for the first time, it can be a little bit of a strange experience. You could see there's almost 3 fielders around that.
It's not just the lights, though, Vinny. It's the lights with the mist. This sea spray that comes through, and you can just see it at the top of the screen there. As it passes the lights, makes catching terribly difficult, not only for the visibility, but the fact that the ball is really swirling around as well.
Couldn't find the drop zone. And yeah, because the wind is going left to right, I think she runs under that essentially. So 6 overs down, 98 without loss. 6 over check in here. They're on 160 pace at the moment. I think that tells a lot about how these two go and how long they stick around.
Yep.
One thing you would say, though, there have been chances. And one thing about, ECN boundaries, people say, oh, yeah, the batters. But it encourages them to go for their shots. Shots they wouldn't normally go for. And it actually means you have more chances to take wickets.
Yep.
And we've already seen, probably at least 2 clear-cut chances and one almost chance for Sweden. Here's over number 7. Sai Devata is going to bowl it. Wow, it's actually a perfect ball to someone that's trying to ramp, but she still makes the pace, and that's going to bring up Babette Delata's 50. And a really nice innings for Babette Delata. And she hits a 50 on international T10 debut. Pretty good innings as well, 53. Coming up off 22 balls, 10 boundaries, and 1 6. And that 6 was a big one.
Yeah, sure was. And this innings is turning into a big one. Out there with her captain, Heather Seegers as well, who's eyeing off a 50 of her own. But Babette really getting into position quickly there. She's knowing exactly what she wants to do. Very, very good cricketer.
She's all business now. She's thinking more than 50, tell you that much. Again, I suppose where the Netherlands are at compared to some of the other teams in this competition this week, they're just kind of a little bit more methodical, a little bit more professional as a team. It includes the support structures.
But Vinny, when we both played in cricketing tournaments, and one of the best things that these players have the opportunity is they're staying in the same place. They're at the same hotel. They're here for a week together, and there's going to be camaraderie between them. There's going to be good chat as 2 runs are taken with a near run out.
Yeah, look, you're exactly right. I think that...
And just the sharing of information, sharing of techniques, sharing of ideas, that's what cricket's about.
Yeah, no, I agree. It is a community, European cricket, and we're excited to be a part of it and kind of changing things up a little bit. Looks like we might have a broken bat here at the moment. So Seegers, we've got...
Doesn't look broken.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you look at the run rate, she's got 40 with that one, but I think she wants a new one. So, yeah, we can probably get through another ball or two while they're getting that bat, because I don't think she needs it just yet. We'll see what happens here.
If she's lost the toe and she gets run out by an inch.
Yeah. Oh, well. Hopefully this is all right, because that's banged straight at Shukla.
Yeah.
And I don't really think she gets hands to this.
That's got her a bit in the throat.
I think, the collarbone maybe. It was just hit too hard.
Oh, yeah.
And maybe
it's tough.
Yeah, it looks like she's just going to shake it off. I mean, look, cricketers are pretty tough. I think, again, she hasn't gone to ground or anything like that.
She's moving.
I mean, that's a tough catch at any level. International level in these conditions. You're going to get the ball hit hard at you. She's just quite get the hands to it.
Especially if you're fielding in the mid-wicket region on this pitch as well.
That was crunch. Gave us time to get a new bat out there, though, and Seegers is ready to go on 40. Short, slightly mishit, and caught.
What a grab.
What a comeback from Shukla, who had a real thunderbolt at her, but that time Seegers gets it slightly wrong. She might be calling for another bat after that, because, well, she gets 40.
That one doesn't work.
She gets 40, but her bat gets a golden duck. It is the first wicket for Sweden in international T10 cricket, 105 for 1.
And well done to the Swedish team. They have battled hard for that. A few chances have gone down. There's been a couple of little misfields. They have been put to the sword a bit. And with that previous delivery rocketing into her collarbone, I thought she might have done herself a real hampered injury there. But she recovered quickly to take a really good catch running to the left.
Yeah, she did. She had to move. Yeah, probably 5-6 metres to the left. Had to take it on the run. But still, Seegers, good innings from her. 40 off 18 and 100 partnership. In excess of 100 partnership. 105 put on for the first wicket. And if you think that things are getting easier, I think that Sweden might be in for a bit of a shock. Sterakalis is coming in at number 3. There's a lot of high-level cricket in England. And I think she'll appreciate that she's still got 3 overs to play with here to show what she can do. Because remember, these teams, except for Wednesday and Friday where we have 3 games a night, when we just have 2 games a night, they just get to play once.
Yeah.
So if you're the number 3, you're wanting a bat. So they get a bat here.
With the growth of T10 cricket around the world, that's one of the great things about T10 is that if you come to play a tournament, you're going to play a few matches in a day and you get the chance. You take away that all-encompassing fear of going out, losing that 1 wicket for the day. But in this tournament, that's back. You get one chance.
Crunched off a ball that eventually was drivable because it came back down low. So what a good over from Devata. She gets the first T10 international wicket for Sweden, and the score at the end of 7 is 105 for 1. Let's have a look at what's coming up tomorrow night. Well, should be a good game. Netherlands, Italy to start us off. We've got Gibraltar versus Sweden in the second match, so that'll be night 2 of 6 here. 2 matches a night, but Wednesday and Friday we have 3 matches, and that allows us to play a finals night on Saturday. So you're doing finals all over the place, Joe. You had a final last night, have a final Saturday night. So join us, and we start a little bit later tomorrow night. I believe we start at 6:30 p.m. GMT, which is 7:30 in Central Europe, and midnight in India. All right, let's get ready for the 8th over, and it looks like this is Anya Vaidya who's going to bowl.
And look, based on tonight's matches, I've got to say the Italy, Netherlands, and Gibraltar, Sweden matchups, I'm really looking forward to both of them. I think we'll have a little bit less one-sided matches, although this one certainly not over. Sweden still have to bat.
Josh Sayers saying that's going to sting in the morning with that first catch that we saw, but it'll sting a lot less now with that highlight. And that was a brilliant bit of catching from Gunjan Shukla. Anyway, here we go. Time for the Delata show to keep going. She's on 55. And make that more. And that's an absolute tracer. And with the wind, I hope the wall's okay. Might have even been a goal. It's going to be 4 more. It's going to be 59 now. Again, pounces on this. It's the kind of ball we talked about earlier. You don't really want to get outside the leg stump because it's so hard to protect that boundary.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially with only the 4 fielders allowed out there. You can't have them all standing in the same spot. But again, I don't mind the intent of trying to attack the stumps because I think that is their best opportunity of getting a wicket at this stage.
Hello to Nico Fernando, who's watching. Plays his cricket in Italy. Just wanted an update on the first game. You can check that out. And also, in the chat, they give him a bit of an update. But yeah, high entertainment so far. Better ball. Good shot, though. And it's going to be 4 more. Well, that's placement. There is a sweeper out there, more of a deep cover. But this is class batting because she just waits a slight fraction of a second to get it square up, picks the gap. And I think, the placement from some of these batters so far has been outstanding. So Maiden Waters is watching. And she was asking me today, what time is it Sydney time? I said the matches start at 3:30 a.m. and 5:30 a.m. So I said, good luck. But she's here. She said she couldn't miss it. So hello, Maiden. Nice to have you with us.
I think in the bigger, stumping chance almost had the keeper been able to take it, but as it is, it slips out of the gloves. No run at it.
It's a little bit far back probably to affect the stumping. But
what did you say there? 3:30 and 5:30?
So right now, I guess the time, I'll do my calculations. I think it's 6 a.m. in Sydney.
Well, I think if you're living in Sydney or Melbourne, that's, if you've got to drive to work, that's about the time that you got to get in the car and make it through the traffic.
Nice shot. They go with a hit. Could be close. Out!
Oh,
well,
beautiful.
Incredible stuff. They'll probably go upstairs, but that is about as good as it gets when you look at fielding. It's a pick up and throw. They're going to have a look. Camera 1. But I'm sure that she has to be out. Surely. Let's have a look. Babette just goes with the hit. I don't mind. It has to be a perfect piece of fielding, and it's out. One more time. Yeah, I'm telling you, you'll see it right here.
There it is.
And here's the money shot. Brilliant fielding.
Beautiful work.
I don't even know how you describe that. And that's a great moment for the Swedes. They celebrate that. And this is what we're going to see. See some high-quality fielding. And you need to do something special to get out such a high-quality player. Babette Delata run out for 63. The score is 113 for 2.
Yeah, and certainly in the means of getting her out, matched the performance itself. What a sensational innings by Babette Delata. And
she gets a good ovation, though. I mean, she played some
should.
beautiful shots. She really bossed it. I mean, that 6 over long on was breathtaking. She also batted really smart. She was able to find ways to score quickly without taking undue risks. She used her feet well. I tell you what, something in the Delata family, whatever it is, they keep producing them, don't they?
They're drinking the right kind of milk, that's for sure. As Iris Zvilling comes in to the crease.
All right, here we go with Maja coming in again, and it's going to be 4 runs. It's Willing that gets off the mark. It's a full toss. Gets a nice little sider, and she puts it away. I was going to say, though, if Tim Delata is the king of Warburg and Baz Delata is the prince of Warburg, I'm trying to work out the royal family tree, if they're cousins, what Babette Delata is. That's their little nicknames.
I think she might just be the general regent of the whole thing, certainly with that performance. Yeah, great cricketing family up there in the Netherlands.
Whacked. Absolutely whacked. That's proper cricket shot as well. 4 runs. And it's actually Callis. Of course, Callis is on strike course because the run out was the bowler's end. So she's gone bang, bang. And this is absolute muscle from Sarah. Gets us to the end of the over. The score 121 for 5. But for me, that run out by Surya Ravuri, that will be one of the highlights of the week. The one hand or pick up and throw at one stump, and to get such a big player as well, that was a bit of magic.
Yeah, and a player not only in form, but running really well between the wickets. The Dutch have been very, very good at that so far in this innings as we have a look at how they've gone about building their total so far. You can see wickets do make a difference, but really at the very beginning it was the power play overs that did the damage, setting the tone. But what I imagine it will push up to around 100, I reckon 140, maybe even 150 if they get a few loose ones.
Things can change quickly. We know that. I mean, we're talking about 160s. It looks unlikely at the moment. But anyway, here comes Champto to bowl the 9th. And this is hit, and it's hit into the gap 12. That's got all the way, I think. Maximo! 6 runs, and the Dutch having a party. They've got nothing to lose now. It wasn't the worst ball, really, but it was all about the placement once again. I think if the fielder's on that angle, they're probably at least got to play on that ball, but that is 6. It's good batting.
Yeah, certainly. And look, I didn't mind that ball just a little bit too full. If she dropped that back just a length, it would make that drive a little bit more susceptible to a mistake. So I didn't mind the line, really using that wind to tail it into the right-hander. Oh,
Goes again, and this is going to test the fielder, and it bounces over. It's the old trampoline Tortuga on the artificial turf. That first bounce can really jump on you. And so, yeah, Shukla, she's been in the action. We can see there, that extra bounce means it's going to be 4 more runs.
Yeah, and that extra bounce is a really good point, Vinny. It's something that we saw with the previous series, that fielders here really have to make a quick decision. If you're fielding on the rope, whether it's a catching chance or whether you're going to sit back and try to save the boundary, here is very important to make that decision, because that ball can really kick up.
Wow, this one is up. It's in the air. It's a chance, and it's taken. So well caught once again by Shukla. And so Zwilling went bang, but the next one not quite out of the middle of the bat. That was well taken by the captain. She had a scary moment earlier, but she's had 2 chances since then, and she's pounced them both. So fighting back the Swedes, but the Netherlands up and away. 131 for 3.
Yeah, what a great little fight back from Sweden here. They've been on the back foot since the get-go, but they have certainly taken a few of the more recent chances, which is what they need, if only to keep their mindsets up and about and keep them in this game as much as they can be.
Yeah, for sure. But it's probably not a bad thing for Netherlands to get a few other batters out there just to experience the conditions. And yeah, classic 6 and out. There's nothing better we like than a 6 and out on ECN in the backyard. It's out. This way, it's out too. Nice catch though. Hello to Jay Wild. Popped into the chat. Any other lurkers out there? Why don't you drop us a message, ECN European Cricket Network.
As Haria Shamto comes into the attack. It's a good ball.
Yeah, really good ball. And she gets the 1 wicket. She'll be feeling a bit better that she does have a wicket against her name. Again, quite a few of the bowlers been expensive. You can understand how. It's been some top class batting so far. So just 8 balls left in this innings. Can Netherlands climb to that 150? More work for the captain. Well, she's getting her frequent flyer miles out there. There's some hesitation. It's going to be a run out. Yeah, it will be. And so, right, unselfish stuff. That's Van Vliet who is out there. And she, couldn't really decide if there was 2 in it or not. Really, the fielder was unconcerned. She was just getting the ball and getting it back in as soon as she could. You see, that's the hesitation that kills. Whether she would have made it or not, I'm not so sure. But yeah, trying to push for every single run. Don't mind them taking on the arm. But it is the 4th wicket now, 132 for 4.
Yeah, well, at this stage, Vinny, as we know, it doesn't really matter if you go out, as long as you're not eating up the dot balls, and certainly trying to capitalise on every single chance to get every run that you can, and that's what they were doing on that occasion.
Yeah.
Here's Dave Robson in Estonia. Tere. Dave.
Tere. Hello, Dave. And I bet you're going to enjoy it from the Talon Stallions. Hit the ECL as well. I know that Terry's been in the chat as well earlier. Shamto.
And still Steph and my retirement plans to end up in Estonia playing cricket.
I want to get up there and play some cricket as well. Yeah. It's the end of 9, so it's 132 for 4 after 9 overs. So it'd be a tall order to get to the 150, but I'm not going to put it past them just yet. But, yeah, I mean, really, people talk about the boundaries, and they talk. We've seen very typical ECN type scores. This is an innings that 2 really top quality players got away, put on a big partnership. The fielding side have come back. Looks like it'll be something 140s. So, I mean, this is kind of what the goal was to recreate the same dynamics that we would get in the cricket that has made ECN so popular around the world, and I think they've done a good job. So 133, last over coming up. Jamto finishes 1 for 30 off her 2 overs. Lynch out there at the moment. She's not on strike. Callis has looked brilliant so far. And it's going to be Shukla, the captain. Oh, it'll be a wide.
Oh, it will be.
This is the rules.
Feels like it shouldn't.
It was either going to be bold or wide there. But
that was almost the opposite to what we saw Amelia Bartram doing in the previous match, putting it on the legs and moving it back to the stumps. Just needs that a little bit more towards off. Wow,
it's off the Q end. And it'll be a weird single.
Oh, she really needed to throw directly at the stumps there.
I think Callis is trying out some new material. Like, you know, when you see a stand-up comedian in some sort of underground show? Because she's got all the shots. She's saying, well, here's what I'm going to try.
Yeah, been doing this in the nets.
Yeah, anyway.
Try it out in the middle.
Why not?
Yes!
Yeah,
Boulder.
bold. And what a good piece of bowling from Shukla, who gets it full and straight and gets Lynch for a duck. And you see Sweden got something to celebrate now. But that's the right approach. I mean, it's the kind of ball normally you'd probably be more careful early in your innings, but this is the 10th over. You've got to go for it. So unselfish stuff. And Lynch has got to go. It's 134 for 5.
But a great delivery. Once again, using that movement that she... and we've seen such great seam presentation with all the bowlers in this series so far. But getting it right on the money there. And a fuller ball to cramp up against the drive. Getting the well-earned wicket. Great to see Sweden making some inroads here. And stifling a little bit the back end of the Dutch innings.
And it's the movement. If you want to get good players out, you know, it helps to move the ball off the straight. And I think you see Shukla definitely got that to straighten down the line. New batter is Thompson for the Netherlands. Again, only 4 balls to play with. Expected to swing away. Or will she just take the single, give the strike back? Well, slides off the pat, goes nowhere. Yeah,
top ball though.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. Because what's your approach here? Do you say Callis is the set batter?
Yeah.
You just give her the strike. I still think you're looking to get a boundary as your plan A here.
Yeah, I think so. I don't mind. Thompson should back herself.
Get the 1. So, everyone, take your seats. It's going to be showtime here. We've got 2 balls left. Callis on strike. And I think she's going to put the funky stuff away. I think she's going to try and go straight down the ground or perhaps, you know, over the leg side and really try and murder these last 2 balls.
Good call, Vinny. She does go down the ground. She finds the gap, finds the rope, 4 more runs.
Well, she almost needed a new batting partner there because Thompson could have been collateral damage here. Have a look. This is hit so hard and whoa. She was actually quite wide there. Lucky she was. Otherwise, that's lights out. Anyway, 4 runs to the total. Takes up to 139 with the last ball coming up. But like I said, much better second half of this innings. I look at the over-by-over scores. 88 off the first half. 66 off the second plus there. So it's going to be 4. And it couldn't make the stop. That time it was Chamto out there. And so pretty sure that takes us to the end of the 10 overs. It's going to be 143 for 5. Dallas and Astera Callis ends up undefeated on 16. Thompson on 1. And look, they peg it back somewhat, but still, I think the Dutch, as we thought, I think they'd enjoy this format. They can really express themselves with the bat. And this score in the 140s is going to be a tall order for the Swedes as we go into the second half of match 2.
Yeah, and from the very beginning, it was Babette, the leader. She was out there with Heather Seegers, the captain, and they went about splaying it all over the ground, 360 degrees. And it was great to see some classic cricketing shots.
Tell you what though, Gunjan, she was in the action. I mean, with the bowling, you see in the field, the ball seemed to follow her around. I think she was asking the right questions, and I think you have to accept sometimes you're gonna bowl balls that you're happy with, and they're still gonna disappear in this format of the game. I also liked Surya, who put the ball up there. She wasn't afraid to kind of challenge the batters to go downtown, and ultimately we knew that there would be a few things to note, including this, which I called the ball of the century that no one will ever remember because it's seen more than anything I've ever seen in my life. But yeah, I think the thing with these batters is that their shot selection seemed to be spot on, and they really were able to capitalise on bowler mistakes. Unbelievable one-handed fielding there, unbelievable use of the helmet there, but really, when we realised,
It was this.
yeah, this moment for me, I think that is one of the best pieces of fielding we'll see this week. But they weren't done. I think probably not a bad thing for the Netherlands to lose a few wickets. It's got a few other batters out there to have a taste of what it's all about. That was a nice one from Shukla. But in the end, 143, a very, very good score for the Netherlands. As you have a look at that pretty picture of this tiny nation, Gibraltar. We'll have a look at the scorecards. And yeah, looking at that, the openers put on 100 plus, didn't they? Babette Delayed top scores with 63 off 28, 12 boundaries and a maximo in there. 40 for Seegers, I think she batted very well as well. Cameos from Callis and Swilling. And ultimately, they would get to that 140 plus score. As with the ball, just 3 wicket takers there. Sayat Devata, 1 for 7, stole the figures. Shukla with a wicket and Chamto with a wicket as well. But I've got to say, Suryat Ravuri, she was my start. That direct hit run out was a magical moment for Sweden. We'll take a break. We'll be back in around about 10 minutes, take you into the second half of this game. It'll be the Swedes chasing their first points in T10 international cricket, needing 144. And the Dutch, well, they'll be out to make a statement. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo with Joe Wigasani. Back soon with more FanCode, ECIW, Gibraltar. Hello and welcome back to Gibraltar. It's great to have your company here on a Monday night. Well, Monday night football, that took off a while ago. I think Monday night cricket is not far behind. Historic night for us here at the Europa Point Stadium because we have our first ECIW and we have 4 teams here. Already we've seen a little bit of all of them. Right now we'll see the Netherlands getting into the field, defending their score of 143. A really entertaining first innings and some delightful stroke play. Babette Deleda and Heather Seegers putting on in excess of 100 for the opening partnership. But also Sweden, they had their moments as well. Some nice pieces of fielding. Saw an outstanding direct hit run out, hitting one stump through your Ravuri. Brilliant piece of work. Also saw some nice work from the captain, Gunjan Shukla. But yeah, it's a tall order. However, I think you just got to get out there. You got to try and force the issue. And also, you know, these are reasonably good batting conditions. I think that's what we've seen so far. If you do play technically correct shots, if you play smart and you have good shot selection, then you can score at that kind of 14 and over. Not going to be easy though. Looks like it will be Iris Zwilling who will get us going. Nice conditions at the moment. Always gets a bit cold when the sun goes down. At the moment, it is 15 degrees. It doesn't quite feel that warm. Let's rock and roll. Out in the middle, this looks like it will be Kanchan Rana who's facing up. She's out there with St. Lundell. 144 to win for Sweden. Let's rock. Oh, attempts a pull there. Wasn't that short? Swing and a miss. And those of you that noticed I said let's rock, you know, I said that on purpose because we've got the big rock looking down on us. It is such an incredible structure, natural structure. I spent some time last year in Gibraltar, went and had a look, and obviously got the apes up there, and very, very interesting. That's good ball. That's right on the money. A little bit of a way movement. We have seen the ball moving around. And one thing that I find really interesting about artificial pitches in Europe is you do find that some of them behave differently. The pitch in Malta at the moment seems to be bouncing a lot more than we remember. This one is a bit newer. I wouldn't expect it to have as much bounce. Slip goes in now. Another attempted pull. It's a little bit late on it. So this is a good start from Zwilling. And this is going to be the tough thing to deal with when you've got good bowlers and you're trying to work out a way just to get them away. I think right now, Rana would probably settle for a 1 just to make it someone else's problem. Well, maybe not. She goes after this one and don't think she quite got all of it. I think of a second. Well, they raffled it for a while. They probably would have got 2, but I think Lundell wasn't confident she was going to get back. So the first run for Sweden. That's a nice shot by Rana. Didn't quite time it. And Dutch women have some pretty famous victories in their history, including one against Scotland. The Dutch have a bit of a reputation as giant killers in the cricket world. Who can forget their men's team against South Africa in the most recent World Cup also. I still remember the first game of the T20 World Cup a while ago when Stuart Broad missed the stumps and the Dutch got home. Yeah, a little edge, but they got the third man in place. So you got basically finally third man. Don't mind that because Zwilling's putting some pace on the ball and you don't want batters kind of eking away boundaries. If they get a boundary with a good shot, you don't mind that. Hello to Jason, who's watching in the chat. How's everyone tonight? Joe's just having a spot of dinner, which he's thoroughly deserved. Bowled. What a very good outswinger that is from Zwilling, who hits the base of off stump. And the Dutch, well, they're happy, and why not? Class bowling as Zwilling gets the breakthrough. Rana goes for 1. It's 2 for 1. But have a look at this. This one bends. She was preparing for something that might even come in and crash into her pads, and it went late. Just have a look at the footwork here, and wow, just wasn't ready to make the adjustment. Brilliant bowling, and 2 for 1 at the end of the first over. Well, let's have a look at the counter. 2 matches since a golden ball. You know why? Because he actually had one today. And I couldn't believe my eyes. It was absolute chaos. There was a half wide, which they couldn't decide. Eventually, that was a wide. I think it was the correct call. They got a bye. They had a direct hit run out when the scores were tied off the last ball. And that took it to a golden ball. And then on the golden ball, it was an absolute sitter to Fazil Rahman, who just dropped the catch. Absolute dolly. And literally dropped the match because they got through for 2. So, what is it about golden balls and Malta? 4 golden balls in the series already. Will we have an international golden ball this week? Let's find out. Second over coming up. It's Van der Woning who's going to bowl. Starts with the dot. Lundell just struggling to get bat on ball there. Again, she gets that nice little away slant to the left-hander. Lundell. He gets the hit and run, but if it hits would have been gone. I feel like you have to do this on occasion, though, just to relieve the pressure. You take the hesitation out of it. And that pressure forced to fumble. Sina Lundell doubles her score with that. You've got to take some calculated risk in this form of the game. Raheja is the new batter, coming in at 3. There's a bit of a swing to a ball in the offside channel. So far, the accuracy has been there for the Dutch. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Monday Night Cricket live from the Rock. And here's a guy. Hey, you go to the gym a bit? Would you say that your 6-pack looks like a rock these days?
I'm sure it's under there somewhere.
Well, let's just say, I think you're doing better than me.
Yeah, it's been one of those winters, Vinny. Tried to keep the warmth by going to the gym as much as I can. Certainly getting ready for the cricket season.
Yeah, well, let's get ready together then. This is good bowling. I mean, you see the difference here with the Netherlands. It's consistency, isn't it? It's how consistent you can be. And you're only leaving crumbs for the batters. They're going to have to do something drastic. Still got that floating slip in place. It's not a bad shot this time. They go on the hit. If it hits, it will be out. It is an out, and that's what I mean. You've got to force the issue sometimes. Look, calculated risk. Raheja gets away with it, gets off the mark.
Yeah, it's been really good running by these 2 batters so far as well. Trying to scramble everything that they can. But got to really admire the performance so far of Iris Zvilling there.
Yeah.
Taking that wicket in her first over. Very capable. She grew up next to the HCC cricket ground in The Hague.
That's amazing how many cricketers. That's the story. The story is that they were near the ground, so you're just there all the time.
And 2019, HCC were playing in the 2nd division, and she was put in the team, in the men's team. Took 2 fifers. They got promoted.
Yeah, I can see how.
She couldn't play.
I can see how.
Yeah.
She's got all the tools, doesn't she?
Yeah.
Anyway, it's the end of the 2nd over. The score is 4 for 1 after 2. I want to say hello to everyone in the chat. Mike Seals in there, Dave's in there, John's in there. And I see that Lucifer is in there. Hello, Lucifer. Nice to have you with us.
Yeah, well,
it's
always good to have.
We get some big names in there.
Have the Shaitan on our side.
Zwilling comes back in. Not a bad shot, but you see that outswing again. She's certainly making the ball talk in this power play. Yeah, so Sweden, just got to keep trying to hit some good shots. And this is where, like I said, sometimes that stacked infield counts against you a little bit because you do get dotted up if it doesn't go in a gap. And tries to take it on down the ground. And this will be a bit of a teaser for the fielder. And it's going to be 4. So the first boundary for Sweden. It was a brave effort from the fielder. I think she'll be a bit disappointed. She wasn't able to get more of a hand on this. So, yeah, nicely struck down the ground. Raheja takes on Zvilling and gets some points there.
Yeah, Raheja just standing and delivering there. And I don't mind that at all. Just showing the intent that is needed to try and chase down this score.
Yeah, Van der Woning got there, but it's more arm than hand. Oh, close. Pretty close. Maybe missing leg, maybe hitting.
Maybe a bit high.
Don't know about, don't think it was okay for height. I think my instinct was the benefit of the doubt, legs going down the leg side. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say if he gave it out, it wouldn't have been overturned. But also, I think it's one of those ones that you could make an argument either way. I like giving him out because I think you should hit the ball with your bat. But, you know, I'm not a batsman. Anyway, it's just a bit dot ball. It did hit it kind of quite far back.
I feel like
the crease.
I feel like that was an insight into some of the slander that might come from behind the stumps.
Don't even get me started on my theories with my wicket keeping. I have a theory that the third appeal is out.
Yeah.
Have I ever told you about that one? Not a bad shot, beats the infield, and this is going to run away. Another boundary. So Rahanger taking on the infield in the power play and winning a couple of times. And this is the most comprehensive shot so far.
Yeah, not using the feet so much, but just standing and delivering and really trusting her hand-eye coordination, taking it off the stumps. Very bold batting.
Very bold batting. That's a good way to put it. But again, uncomplicated, right?
Yep.
Just trying to track the ball and make good contact. Long on goes back, so forces a field change. And finally comes up into the circle.
Slow ball.
Yeah, that's clever bowling. It's just an outie that just sneaks inside the line, but feeling certainly impressed me. And impressed our viewers, I'm sure, with that spell. 1 for 10 for her. And at the end of 3, it's 12 for 1. Now, I'm getting hassled for a robot update. So, okay. Joe, you're on this over. I'm going to fade into the background a little bit because I'm going to tell you where we're at with the robot.
We'll do it.
I tried yesterday, but they wouldn't let me log in.
No, fair enough.
Don't get me started with this thing.
I will not get you started. I'll come in and just mark the end of the power play. So at this stage, the Netherlands are 55 for none. Absolutely went bananas in their power play.
Speaking of bananas, don't take bananas up the rock. Have you been up there yet?
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't take any food up there. A bunch of apes.
I saw them basically going to town on this 8-year-old who was trying to eat a banana, and I honestly think the dad, like the kid had been naughty, and the dad has said
just sacrificed the apes.
The apes were doing the discipline.
Well, that one just straight to delivery, tries to pull it away, gets that leg by for a troubles, I believe. Yes, just signalled right now.
Van der Voning coming back for her second over.
Van der Voning. Yeah, lovely to see these players get this opportunity to come and sort of be on the international stage, you could say, and bringing Gibraltar back onto the map for European cricket. Fantastic. As Vinny Sando is just getting his robot update.
Yeah, it's a slow loader. I'll tell you what, we've seen a bit of a two-paced night as well. Sometimes the batter's been on top, sometimes the bowlers have been on top. I think, in a way, the players might have been a bit spoiled tonight with the conditions because you've had some pretty brutal nights here. This isn't too bad at the moment.
No, this is rather pleasant. I have to say, where are we? Where has this been for the last month?
This one's close, called a wide. I mean, they are reasonably harsh on ECN. Typically, anything goes on the line as a wide. I think we've seen tonight they've been a little bit more lenient. All right, here we go. This is in a language which I don't understand.
What language is it? Yanito.
Maybe. Every time I log in, I'm in a different country and it changes language.
Cookies, mate. There's a shorter one. Tries to play it off the back foot, but it goes past the swinging bat. No run added.
Bit extra bounce, hey? Bounce has been good. And, yeah, we saw the Swedish keeper, Halagunula, caught one in the grill, actually, one that really took off on her, and that one actually took off a fair bit as well. But you can even tell from where the keeper's standing, a bit delayed at it. These Dutch bowlers got a bit of extra pace about them. Once again, you see there, she's taking that comfortably, waist high, and she's good kind of 3-4 steps off the back of that pitch surface.
Yeah, it's certainly the pace. Also, the height. You tend to find it with Dutch players. They are an incredibly tall group of people.
Yeah, that's true. Are they tallest in the world? Or is it?
The men are, and the women are the second tallest.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. Well, I'll leave it to you to guess who the tallest women in the world are. Not too far from your residential country.
Oh, Finland.
Latvians.
Oh, Latvian's
women.
tall.
Latvian women are tall.
So our crew's all Latvian. Do they just send us the little ones?
They don't send us the women.
Well, actually, we recently had our first all-female TV crew in Malta the other day. Yeah, so
We're just getting Evo's there, just reminding us that he is tall.
he's a tall woman.
He's a
Bold, and Van der Voning is going to enjoy this. It's assisted onto this dump from Rahejo, trying to just slash across it. And you can see that not quite getting the batting shape that she wanted. So the second wicket falls, and it is a wicket for Van der Voning with their very last ball here in match 2. The score, 14 for 2.
Yeah, wonderful piece of bowling there from Van der Voning, and really settling it in for the Dutch to proceed on their merry way here as the new batter comes out. It's going to be Gunjan Shukla. Well, she certainly was busy in the field, doing a lot for her team, fielding that very, very dangerous and active position out there on the leg side boundary. She caught one in the collarbone as well before taking a fantastic catch the very next ball.
And she took 2, and then she took another catch, right?
Another one, yeah.
Okay, you're my witness, all right?
All right.
So
Jesus, last time.
You're my witness on this robot. I'm trying to log in.
I don't ever like when people say that.
I remember I wanted a robot. I wanted to do a robot update yesterday. And every time I went to log in, I've logged in, and then it says my orders, and when I click the order, it says log in. So I'm in this like loop.
You are in a loop.
I did that, I reckon, 37 times yesterday. So I don't have an update.
Can you try hit control and check?
No, I already did that.
Oh, yeah? Well,
there's no robot update
That's the extent of my technical
This conversation
proficiency.
is over. There will be no more robot chat. Come back to me tomorrow night.
The update, folks, is that there will be no update tonight.
Yes.
That's the update,
All
straight
right.
from the horse's mouth.
Oh, that really doesn't bounce. As DeLange comes on.
Yeah, and you see
wrist spin.
That's exactly what I mean. We've seen the pace bowlers. If they put it on that length position outside the off stump to the right hand, it can kick up, but straight in front of the wickets, they stay low.
Well, pitch delivery, though. This one's a bit short. This one probably would have been a no ball, except it hit her on the foot just before the crease.
Shame.
I don't know if you can pick this out of the hand, but if you step back to this.
Just hitting her on the foot.
I think so. Anyway. Lundell trying to get going. Better ball in the air and dropped. Wow, it would have been a good catch. Had to make some ground to her right there. And that looks like Landier at cover point. Unfortunately, that one doesn't stick. Okay, so if you don't know what I'm talking about, maybe a lot of people are new to the broadcast. We did a fundraising for robot mascot costumes to come to Spain for our major tournament next week, the ECL. It's better from DeLange. It's a little bit all over the place so far, but I think she's going to settle in. Can't be easy to grip the ball in these conditions as well, and the fingers do get pretty cold, be a bit misty from the sea spray. This one doesn't get up either. It's well handled out there by Van der Voning. Yeah, so at the moment, the robots have been shipped. We don't know when they'll arrive. Hopefully by some point during the ECL. What a day that'll be when
the robots have taken over the ship that's carrying them across the sea. They are.
Tell you what, that website needs a bit of an update. People make comments about our website. When you log in and then you say, check my orders, and it says log in, please. Drive anyone insane.
Hey, so Vinny, can I tell you a little bit about Dutch names?
Please do.
Because we were talking about the Dutch height there, and it's actually what de Lange means. It's Caroline the Tall.
Okay.
Yeah,
yeah, makes sense.
Well,
she's not 16 for 2.
Not the tallest on the team, but
let me come back to you in a second, because first we're just going to have a quick look at what's going to be on tomorrow. It's day 23 in Malta. Mata Day versus the Masita Warriors. Mata Day, who were the Magnificent Seven the other day. Our viewers will know about that. Gozo CC, well, they're the entertainers. They're fan favourites, taking on the Southern Crusaders, who have a few people that are coming off national duty, so I wonder what their team will look like. Rico Full will be standing by 8 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe, and it's 1:30 p.m. in India. Join us for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Tomorrow we will have 6 matches. I had to do some quick maths. Anyway, it's going to be Lynch that comes on. It's not a great ball first up, but only punished for a single. Okay, so De Lange means the long.
Yeah, you can tell a lot about the Dutch by their last names, because there was a very long period, up until Napoleon, in fact, that Dutch last names, in fact English as well, you weren't giving them by generation.
Yeah.
It was basically what you call patronymics. So you're the son of, what's your father's name?
Yeah. So it's if my father's name
What-
is John, it's like Johnson.
You'd be Johnson, right? Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Thompson, Timpson, exactly.
Yeah.
And it was the same with the Dutch as this next delivery comes through. And through the
And
keeper.
there's some parts of Northern Europe where they still do it this
Absolutely.
way.
In Iceland, they do it.
Iceland.
And you get, and they say also daughter.
Daughter, yeah.
So it'll be John's daughter or
Yeah.
John's son.
Yeah.
That was the same with the Dutch. And the other way that you get a last name, if you want to call that, no, is what your profession was. So
Yeah.
same in English, baker,
Blacksmith,
cooper,
yeah.
miller, smith, right?
Yeah.
Spoken about. So the same in Dutch. But then Napoleon came in and he basically wanted to know who everyone was in his empire.
That's a good shot, actually. Not a great ball from Lynch this time. It's Gundy. Here's down the leg side, and Lindell finally breaks the shackles with her first boundary in T10 International Cricket. Nice shot. Wasn't a great ball. Didn't have to overhit this. You see, we've talked about this all day. If you go down the leg side, you're asking for trouble. Okay.
So Napoleon brought in a thing. You have to have a last name. Want to register. You want to know who everyone is, right?
Yeah.
So everyone has to go and register a last
Okay.
name. That's why you get a lot of interesting Dutch last names, because there was a period where you could go in and register a name, and you'll notice we don't have it in this lineup, but
Oh, that's gone. And, well, she made up for it, didn't she, Lynch? And she looks happy
Yeah,
that
loves
she
it.
has her first international wicket in T10 format. Has, just a better ball. And this is what we talked about. Kind of lures the batter into the sweep.
Beautiful
Didn't
delivery.
see her wanting to come down the pitch like we saw the Dutch openers do. Lynch hits the timber, and that is the third wicket now, 21 for 3. Okay, so then how did this system all...
You've met a lot of
Yep.
Dutch people with the last name De Keizer.
Yeah,
right?
of course.
De Keizer. De
Yep.
Keizer means the emperor.
Okay.
So you can imagine someone going in and going, okay, I'm going to register my last name. I know
so-
what I'll do.
Okay.
I am Yanni the Emperor.
So,
Right.
and it didn't matter. You could just choose.
You could
couldn't
choose. Yep.
Right.
So you've got some, and otherwise, if you're from somewhere, you're of nobility. Van Vliet.
Yeah.
Van der Woning means from the house.
Okay.
Yeah.
And,
Land
and so,
Landheer means landlord.
and from that time, it was you inherit your
And then
last
you
name.
inherit it, yeah.
Well, okay.
But the fact is, the Dutch have an amazingly dry sense of humour and love to
That I
poke
know.
fun at the French. And so a lot of people chose names that are ridiculous. So
Unbelievable.
we don't have one in
Are
the
you
team.
going to say like Wegasani?
Like Wegasani, yeah. Not that ridiculous, obviously.
Hey, okay.
Good keeping there as well.
Great keeping from Babette Delaney behind the stumps. So, what's the story of your last name, mate? 'Cause
Well,
it's
let me just say,
Okay.
so you get Dutch people with last names today, like, well, I'll give you one example.
Yeah.
Schalmhaar.
All right, let me
and
guess.
that
Let me
means-
guess what that means after this ball, which is a dot, and it's the end of 6. It's 21 for 3.
So it's 2 words.
Okay.
Schalm,
Yeah.
which means like foam,
Yeah.
and haar, which means hair.
Foam hair.
Yeah,
Okay. You got me.
yeah. That is
I'm
the
glad
Dutch
that we
word
don't
for
have the
pubic
camera
hair.
on right. Okay.
So there's little Yannies walking around in Dutch schools with the last name of pubic hair.
So the question from Mike in the chat. So the Van der, what does that kind of part of the name mean?
Well, van, it's like from.
Yeah.
So
From the.
so that's what nobility would have.
Yeah. Okay.
So if you're a noble, you've got noble
From the house.
family.
So Van der Woning.
son, yeah, I believe that was one of those ones that might have been
All right.
sort of a bit of a joke,
Yeah,
joke name, but I'd like to be corrected.
Oh,
Maybe
look.
there's a place called Voning,
I
but,
don't think sense of humour has just evolved in the last
Caroline
50
de
years.
Lange,
Yeah.
that's certainly someone being known as her ancestor
Yeah.
is
The Tall.
Yanni the Tall. Right?
Yeah. I wonder. Yeah, imagine if you could name other people and you could call them, John the Annoying or whatever.
exactly.
Anyway,
I'm sure.
let's get back to the game here because we're into the 7th, and it's going to be Hannemann Thompson to bowl. And a bit of an ambitious appeal from somebody in the Europa Sports Complex, but it's going to be no run. I think, some genuine spinners as well, making a difference as well for the Netherlands. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
So this one just getting past the bat and a nice piece of work there with the gloves behind the stumps as the batter has to walk.
Yeah, great keeping. Really good keeping.
Wonderful.
Probably sees from side on, but she looks gone by some distance. And Thompson coming up with the goods. See, for the first time, battle looked like they wanted to come down to it, but I don't think the Shukla really commits to getting to the pitch of the ball. It's just a regulation stumping. She's gone by plenty. And so, again, slow bowling. I think this could be a bit of a key this week as well. That's the 4th wicket to fall now. The score is 22 for 4.
Well, we certainly saw that with the men's tournament just past, that the slow bowlers, Richard Cunningham, Zach Simpson, they were all at the top of the table.
Yeah.
So it certainly is a key here. With that low bounce, you're a good chance to get
Yeah, it's weird how when the spinners bowl, it seems to not bounce a lot. But some of the taller bowlers are getting a fair bit of bounce. We've seen some really shoot through from the wrist spinners so far.
Yeah, I really think it's a month of cricket played on the same deck. A lot of foot movement.
And this looks like they're going to Alagunula.
Here you go, Vinny Funder commentary box. That should be your name.
that's way
Good
better.
work by you,
than
Jai.
my actual name. All right, very, very clever. All right, here we go. Boys, bold. I can't believe that. Yeah, she's just chopped that one back on. And would you believe it? We have another hat-trick opportunity. We've already seen one tonight. And Thompson gets Alagunula first ball.
Yeah, there we go. Wonderful bit of drift as well. Really threw this one up and tempted that forward movement, but playing across.
I can't
trying
see
to play it straight, but just that foot movement. It did take the edge onto the stumps.
Yeah, she might have even chopped that onto her a bit of a back pad, and then rolled back. But you make your own luck. And, well, will we see a second hat-trick of the night?
Yeah, could very well be the second hat-trick of the night. It's all happening here, folks, at the Europa Sports Complex. The Dutch are on top here, certainly in the ascendancy.
So, yeah, it's always a lot of pressure when you come out, and if you face a hat-trick ball, it's even more pressure.
This is Rashmi Somashekhar. It's come out.
Yeah, clever bowling, really getting it above the eye line. And, well, will we have hat-trick number 4 right here, right now? Regina Sudasai already on the Hall of Fame. Hadn't had a hat-trick till yesterday, and we've had 3 in the space of about 24 hours. And everybody's in. What a field.
Yeah, everybody except for, who's that, Eva Lynch out there on the rope on the leg side, but everyone else around the bat. 2 slips.
Oh, no, she cooked it. Oh, well.
Well, at least they knew that it was a hat-trick.
Well, I mean, lucky they had the slip because she almost bowled this straight to slip. Oh, well. Anyway, that's the way it goes.
That's the pressure of international cricket, isn't it?
Anyway.
You see the smile as well on Steve Mumford's face. Umpire.
Oh, look, it's great to see, though, everyone enjoying themselves. And Summer Shaker, it's a good opportunity for her to do something with the bat.
So they only need 34.57 runs and over now, Sweden. Don't think they're
John's
going
offended that I used John as an example name for John the Annoying. It wasn't at you, even though your middle initial is A.
Well, I believe, I might be corrected by any Dutch, but that would be in Dutch, Jan de Vervelen.
Oh, very good.
Yeah, so
Piers
there
Fletcher.
could be somebody with that name.
Hello, Biff. Piers Fletcher's in the chat saying, how good is it to see the women getting such a brilliant opportunity? Couldn't agree more.
Yeah.
Just to be under the bright lights. I mean, ECN cricket, it's not your grandfather's cricket. You know, it is cricket like you've never seen it before. We're so glad to have some WT10Is. Well, this will be a wide.
It should be a wide.
I don't think it's hit anything. It might actually be 5 wides, you know. It will be. So, yeah, delayed and not quite making position quick enough. In fact, it goes straight through her legs. So that's the rules. And so Sweden, they need some help. They get some help there. 5 runs. And, yeah, Pierce is obviously going to be watching a fair bit of ECN soon with his club, VOC Rotterdam, former champions. They'll be in Group B, which is the second half of the first week.
Yeah,
so not too long till we see them.
Very strong team. One of the
Oh, well, I've never seen this.
That's
it went
it.
through the keeper's legs, the ball before. It's gone straight through the batter's legs this time, and Soma Shaker has to go for a duck. And
Thompson has a third.
Thompson saying, why didn't I do this on the hat-trick ball? This is spot on. And I knew there was trouble as soon as I saw the batter trying to go across the line. And anyway, it is the good old-fashioned nutmeg that brings Thompson her 3rd wicket. The score now is 28 for 6.
And just again, Vinny, looking at that drift and the fact that the ball's going to stay low, it is a deadly weapon, I feel, in this tournament to come.
Yeah, it's so tempting. But, I mean, the thing is, if I think about it, how would the Dutch openers play that bowling? They probably
Use your feet.
They know they've got all that time, and they feel confident getting to the pitch for kind of
That's
negating the...
And that's what we've seen on this deck over the last month is the batters that are using their feet are the ones that are going to consistently make runs.
But, I mean, that takes practice. That takes confidence.
Yeah.
Often you feel like the batter's in charge or the bowler's in charge of a 1-versus-1 contest, you know. And I think it's obvious for me, for a lot of this innings that Sweden batters been dictated to by the bowlers. Take nothing away from them. Hello to Kitty Hundley as well. Hopefully you're enjoying the action.
Lovely to see you, Kitty. She was a man, the Hundley, for a while, and she changed it back.
I noticed.
She's brought her husband, Mr. Kitty,
to
the chart as well.
Devata comes out and blocks the last ball of the 7th. Great over. A 3-wicket over for Thompson. 3 for 6 for her. And it's 28 for 6 after 7. So, I mean, this is what I think this week. We might see some games that are one-sided games as far as the actual match result has gone. We might see some close games as well, and hopefully we do. But I think it's not necessarily about just the result of every match. It's about the development. It's about creating highlights, kind of showcasing their talent in European women's cricket. And I think it's been a really successful night one so far. And if you're enjoying this, well, good news. We'll be back tomorrow night. Netherlands, Italy, kicking things off, and then Gibraltar, Sweden. So it looks like the two victorious teams will go head-to-head in match 3. Join us 6:30 p.m. which is GMT, 7:30 Central Europe, and midnight in India. So we start a little bit later tomorrow night. We start 2 hours later than we started tonight.
So this is Annemijn van Bogen who's come on to the attack.
Are you going to do a translation of every name?
No, I think I imagine Bogen. I don't know. Maybe Chris Hinkle in the chat might be up to. I think Bogen is just a place.
What a shot! This is absolutely nailed by Vajja. It was a little bit short from Van Bogen, and it gets smashed away. And Sweden, I need more of this. I think this is also where you start looking at batting order and a real opportunity for batters to show what they can do and maybe bat a bit higher.
Well, that's exactly the thing. We just saw the forecast for tomorrow. We've got a whole tournament in front of us, and as you know, stories develop in tournaments as the teams grow, the players grow, the experience all adds upon the experience. So no doubt, this is just a quick preview of what's to come.
Good comeback. And, this one kind of slides on. Yeah, I feel like every name now, I feel like I want a translation.
Yeah.
So you told me every name has a storyline. I never think about that in English.
Yeah, no, absolutely does. So you asked about my last name. There's no story to that except for, so my last name is Wegasani in English, but in Hungarian it would be Vegchanya, which I learnt from my cousin Steph.
Yeah. Hello, Steph, if you're watching.
He went to Hungary and found that out for us. But
he never came back.
Never came back.
In the air, it's hanging, it's just in the gap. So they'll get away with it.
A bit of a family trait, I have to say.
Yeah,
but,
so when I see
we have our last name starts with W. There is no W in Hungarian.
Oh, really?
No. And
so you're just making stuff up now.
It's literally people coming to places and not speaking the language. And the customs agents writing. So it's custom made, Vinny. Custom made. Custom agent made.
That's funny because my dad's first name was actually, my grandparents were illiterate on my dad's side, and they said the name they wanted, and the doctor misheard them, and so he just wrote down another name. So they pronounce it one way, and it's nothing like it's written. Anyway, they don't care because they can't read. It's the end of the over. It is 33 for 6 after 8. Hopefully you've enjoyed the action so far. Let us know. Don't forget you can follow us on social media at European Cricket, and you can also subscribe to our YouTube channel if you haven't already. If you're enjoying the broadcast, there's so much cricket coming your way. Cricket will continue tomorrow in Malta during the day in the men's ECS, and then women's ECI International Cricket tomorrow night. Here comes Thompson. She's back for more. Yeah, blocked away. So, I mean...
And well waiting on that. See, I think that is where we saw some learning in that, really waiting for the delivery.
Yeah, you got to go one or the other. I think Ian Chappell used to say, look, get forward or get back. And make a confident move.
Don't get caught in two minds for sure.
Oh, it's well bowled. Yeah, she doesn't really get a lot of side spin right to left. If anything, she's got bowls a lot of top spinners. That one almost came back a little bit. Hello to Charlie Hunt. I hope you're well. Hope you're enjoying it. He's saying history-making night. Certainly is, Charlie. Great to have you with us. Hello to Chris as well. And Chris has said, have to give a special hello to all the VCC girls that are out there. So hello to all of them from Chris. You heard me say it, Chris.
Yeah, big scorer for VCC.
Another wrong end. I actually think she bowls a lot of wrong-uns, Thompson. I don't know if we can see her.
Yeah, they're coming really out of the back of the hand, aren't they?
Yeah, look at that. It's just a genuine wrong-un. I knew I wasn't seeing things.
Yeah, well spotted there, Vincent.
Picking was never my problem. Hitting was my problem. This will be a wide down the leg side. But, yeah, that's a good skill. You've got to be really flexible on the wrist to do that consistently. And that's why I think in any form of cricket, if you can bowl that wrong and the traditional leg spinner, such a weapon to have.
Absolutely.
No wickets this over yet, though, for Thompson. Pretty nice shot. But, yeah, this is the thing with the infielders being in there. I mean, you hit a nice shot, but you get nothing for it. That's frustrating. And then you feel like, well, okay, if proper shots aren't getting me runs, I have to do something, let's just say, from the miscellaneous file, like kind of sweep, stand-up sweep.
Reverse ramp.
Yeah, well, that's not a bad
Let's
shot
go
at all.
runs.
That'll be 4. Yeah, nice batting from Vaidya, who's hit a couple of boundaries here. So that's another shining light for Sweden. Again, it's that wrong, isn't it? Comes out the back of the hand. Not a lot of footwork, but yeah, I like this. I think that the Sweden could probably use that side of the field a bit more, and maybe even to the faster bowlers in the kind of third mad region that wasn't really protected. But yeah, something for them to look at for sure.
I think Vaidya has really grown before our eyes in this innings, facing the 11 balls, but she's not pushing at it as hard as she was at the start and really waiting upon it. That was a well-placed shot.
Well, that one really came down with snow on it, and it's going to be probably byes. Don't think it'll make it all the way.
Just the one.
Yeah, by singular. Yeah, she's really not afraid to toss it up there. Anyway, a wicketless over for Thompson, but she did the damage in her first. She finishes 3 for 11, and with the last over of the day about to commence. It's 39 for 6.
And look, Sweden have been on the back foot since the beginning, but I think they might have also set themselves at some stage, look, if we're not going to chase it down, bat out the 10 overs.
Yeah,
and they're
that's
certainly on track for that.
Looks like they will. But yeah, thanks to everyone for joining us tonight. Hopefully you join us again tomorrow. We love to bring you the action from the Rock. It's such a unique place, actually, Gibraltar. I mean, how many places, like what I did today, I flew in to the runway, which actually have to stop people walking across because the plane's coming in. And then I had to walk, I literally had to say, which way is Spain? Because I had to take my bags, walk to the hotel in another country, and then walk back into the original country.
Pretty easy to tell which way is Spain. Oh, the Rock is there. I'll go in the other direction.
It's going to be Delanga to finish us off for the night. And it's another good shot. It's going to be 4 more. I'm liking what I'm seeing, and I think Vaidya, she batted 5, I think, in this innings.
Yeah, I think she'll be moving up the top of the order.
Because this is where, this is good bowling she's having to face. And some
very good
bowlers, some batters are able to handle when the bowling goes up a notch, and some find it a bit more difficult. So I think, even depending on who you're playing, you might have a slightly different order in this series. But yeah, she's raced to 13. She's been a real standout with the bat.
Carolina Delanga in now.
And one thing about Delanga, her action is very, it's not quite the full frog in a blender, but they're definitely...
There's a few moving parts.
Definitely stirring a frog with a stiff fork. It's that the head going down. Paul Adams, South Africa. Well, have a pop at the stumps.
That could have been a run out.
Yeah, so I still think needs a bit of ECN chaos, and we've had a bit of it tonight. The first runs were actually 4 overthrows. We had the nutmeg 2 in a row. We've had a hat trick. What else have we had?
We had an almost hat trick.
Busted collarbone, followed by a catch next ball. Yeah. You're going to get a bit of everything, and that's what we love about ECN cricket.
So 3 on the leg side now, on the rope. Everyone else in.
Wow, that doesn't miss by much. It was very, very close.
Yeah, I'd love to see the straighter one come out of her hand now with that big loopy action. Be good to see her have a bit of a...
She's got FOMO Delanga. She wants a wicket.
Absolutely.
Won't get it here. The big no came up just in time, so they turned down the run. So Devata is on 0. She'd love to get a run. At least give her something to go on with the bat tonight. 44 now, with a couple to come. Now make a slight change. Bring up the fine leg, and so he's sending back the point there. But anyway, I think Devata's running on anything here. She wants to run. Well, she could be gone. I think this is stumped. And I think they're going to have a look at it, but the umpire looking pretty confident. Little nod from him.
Delanga gets a wicket if that's the case.
Looks like it. Watch that foot.
Very quick.
Well, yeah, we
lifted
needed
up.
to get the heel down. Instead tried to change the feet over, and it's gone. So great work once again from Babette Delata behind the stumps.
Yeah, hasn't Babette Delata done a great job tonight? Not only with the bat, but there behind the stumps, like you said.
In fact, that's the last ball, so it's going to finish 44 for 7. Nice for De Lange to get in on the action. Also some positives from Sweden in the innings. I think Vaja's batting 14 with 3 fours was good. Rahaja hit a couple of good ones as well. I think everyone learns a lot. Even the Dutch, the Dutch, I think, the big favourites in this tournament, but I'm sure they enjoyed the opportunity to play a slightly different format and maybe try out a few other skills.
Yeah, absolutely, and it'll be interesting to see how they go about it in the following matches. As we turn to the highlights, well, it was Iris Zvilling from the start. Very first over, got the breakthrough with a perfect in-swing delivery to knock out the stumps. And there was some pretty good resistance there for a while out there as Gunjan Shukla and Surya Ravuri were out to try and stem the flow, and then some wonderful work by Eva Lynch as well. She came on. Then this lady, Thompson, came on and almost got a hat-trick.
Yeah, she bottled the hat-trick, but she did look very, very good when she was out there. I think it's a matter of deciding what to do with its decision-making. You're not rushed into making a decision. And we just saw that when they played with a straight bat, the field was set straight. It was hard to get boundaries. Had a bit more luck square the wicket, but also it's a riskier strategy, especially if you're going to leg side. De Lange, she also looked pretty good. I think the Dutch, they're going to be asking questions. Even see how they use their squad, maybe how they rotate their batters and bowlers throughout the matches. There's the landing strip, by the way. Everyone was asking, where's the airport? It's on the right of screen there. It looks like a boat ramp, but it's actually an airport runway.
Airplane ramp. Yeah, and Vinny, one thing that we've certainly had tonight, which has been really pleasing to see as we just wait for the batting scorecard to come up, is a lot of the shots have been played not purely on the leg side. We've seen some real pure cricketing shots in both matches and a lot of driving through the covers. I've really, really enjoyed seeing that in the cricket that we've had here tonight.
Yeah, well, just want to say it's been great to have your company, no matter where you've been watching from around the world. Don't forget there's more cricket to come tomorrow, and make sure you join Rico Full in Malta. That series is absolutely bonkers. They've had 4 golden balls. Can you believe it? Today was nuts. And 2 of those golden balls have been drop catches that literally have decided the match. Today it was a sitter. Fazil Rahman, I'm going to actually spare a thought for him tonight because he was not going to get a wink of sleep tonight. He had an absolute dolly to take the game for Goza's Almy, but unfortunately he spilled it. But big thank you to you, Joe. It's been great to spend some time with you here at the Rock. You've been holding up the Rock for me. It's great to be here. Look, we're going to leave you with some highlights of the day. But for now, from everyone here in Gibraltar, on behalf of the Blue Crew, all the players, officials, and of course our wonderful people at Spring Productions, we'll see you tomorrow night. We'll leave you some highlights, like we said, and there was plenty to watch tonight. We saw a hat-trick. We saw some incredible fielding, some incredible batting, and we'll leave you with the beautiful European Cricketers song. Thanks to Rico Full and Johnny Grimmer. We'll see you tomorrow right here for more FanCode ECIW Gibraltar. Good night, everyone.
Ciao for now.
European cricketers, share your passion for riding a flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Master blasters turn on the style, cricket's a beautiful game. Smiling faces and celebrations as the champions enjoy their fame. European legends breaking records, making their own dreams come true. Watched by millions, European cricketers show the world what they can do. Now picture this, 10 runs needed to win off the last over of the match. Fielders are on fire, sliding and diving, want to take that world-class catch. Tension building as the ball runs in, will it be short, a yorker or slow? A 6 will win it, 4 to tie into the golden ball we go. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding a flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got.
Another one, that's the big one. That's gone all the way over into the clubhouse and ordering a pint at the bar.
Hundreds of clubs all over Europe are coming together today. Thousands of cricketers want to be stars, show their talents when they